And what does that mean for our country nowadays? Because to different people, it can mean different things.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, catch Ben Franklin before he goes. We might want to ask him about patriotism.
Ben,
He's already on the horse. He's on his way out.
Nope. Sorry.
He's gone. All right. I like Ben. All right, we're out of time. We will see you tomorrow.
See you then.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look in Riverview right now, where Senator Ashley Moody is speaking, talking about tax cuts and now taking some questions. So let's go ahead and listen in live as this news conference continues.
I will tell you, you are constantly trying to move something for the people that you can get done. And it doesn't mean you're not going to have to come back and fight for it just as hard the next year, the year after, whenever you have to. So this is a great example. Last summer, when we were talking about tax cuts and how we were going to help working families, we had to battle against folks wanting to have the largest increase in taxes in our nation's history. We had to battle to keep that from happening. And so I'm talking about all of these other nuances that we've hit on in terms of child investments accounts, education, what we're doing there to help with expenses, what we're doing in terms of childcare, helping with expenses, what we're doing in terms of keeping money in your pocket, all of those things. But at the core of it, the major debate was, you had one side that said, we cannot impose upon the American people the largest tax cut or the largest tax increase in history, and we are going to go to the mat for that. And I will tell you, it was incredibly shocking to me that every Democrat voted no on this. No, they wanted the largest tax increase in our history. And so, is every piece of legislation perfect? No. Does it mean we might have to come back and fight again? Yes. But I am proud of this. Every Floridian should be proud of what we've delivered for them. It's going to keep money in their pockets, and it's going to go a long way for them supporting their children.
A recent poll had you up 7 points over Colonel Pittman, but 14% were undecided. In your view, is your lead stable or is it threatened?
Look, there's a whole Democratic primary. You're seeing a lot about a certain wing of the Democratic Party that's getting a lot of air. Angie Nixon may take that over. She seems to fall right in with that crew. So there's a primary there. I'm here to talk about the wins I'm delivering. I've always tried to stay mindful of what folks expect of me in this role in terms of working hard, making sure I'm reporting back to them on what I'm doing. I was so proud when I was named last year one of the most productive freshman senators. I was also really proud this past week when I was awarded #1 constituent service, and I was the first to do it after 1 year in office. Really proud to do that for Florida. I've often found that if you stay focused on what the people sent you to do and you do your job well, the rest should take care of itself. I have a lot of friends in that race, each with unique skills and talents. I have said last year, and I'll say again, Byron Donalds is uniquely situated and qualified in the sense that he has served in state government, he has served in federal government. I said last year, I have witnessed firsthand with my own experience as a senator in delivering billions back to the state, because when I got there, I pressed my relationships and pushed people and agencies to get things done. So we have delivered billions in disaster recovery for Florida. No one could argue that Byron Donalds is in the best position to work with the President of the United States and get things done for the state of Florida. But when I'm ready to formally endorse, you'll know it. All right, thank you so much.
Senator Ashley Moody taking questions from reporters at that event, where you see some signs there saying no more taxes on Social Security, no more taxes on tips, talking about some of those things that came out of the One Big Beautiful Bill, and touting some of those benefits at this event at the Brandon Riverview Chamber of Commerce, and that event that just wrapped up. You also heard she was asked about an endorsement, whether she would endorse a candidate in the governor's race. She did say some positive things, as you heard, about Byron Donalds, the congressman from the Naples area, who is the heavy favorite in that race, and who has also been endorsed by President Trump. She did not formally endorse him. She said, "You will know it when I do decide, and if I do decide to formally endorse a candidate." We have seen a growing list of endorsements from those involved in state politics here in Florida. From the Attorney General to a couple of other leaders in the state house endorsing Byron Donalds this week. So something to continue to watch. Notably, still no endorsement of any candidate from the current governor, Ron DeSantis. So that is something that we have talked about before. The notable lack of endorsement of Jay Collins, who's the lieutenant governor here in the state and running, who he is, was appointed by Governor DeSantis, but has not received any sort of formal endorsement from him. So we're continuing to watch kind of all of those dynamics in the governor's race, specifically in the Republican primary, just because of all of the kind of moving parts and the questions that have still surrounded that, especially as we have not seen the candidates debate or anything like that. Well, thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're getting ready to take a break here, but I do want to just tell you a little bit of a few of the things that you can expect coming up today. We are going to chat with Jamie Copenhaver, one of our law enforcement experts, about that crazy situation we were following yesterday live right here on Fox 35 News Plus, as we watched two people scale the Empire State Building all the way up to the antenna at the top of the spire, 1,400 feet above the ground in Midtown Manhattan, before they decided to descend after about half an hour. We watched them get engaged, apparently, as well. And what we saw later was some body camera video from the New York Police Department that showed officers climbing up to make the arrests. So we're going to talk about that coming up in just a little bit. We're also watching out of St. Pete, where we heard from the mayor today there, talking about what's next for the Tropicana Field property and that historic gas plant district, questions of redevelopment there. We're getting a new look and some more idea of what that redevelopment project might look like. So we're going to talk about that coming up in just a little bit. And then at 11:30, we're going to be speaking with the U.S. State Department about how the United States and the State Department is getting involved to help with relief efforts in Venezuela in the aftermath of those devastating earthquakes. 1,500 killed, thousands still missing, but it's incredible because there are still stories of survivors being pulled from the wreckage even more than a week now since that devastating earthquake. So we're following up on that. We're also going to be talking about the Magic, Orlando Magic, making some roster moves. So we've got that and a whole lot more here on this Thursday. So don't go anywhere. Before we go to break here, let me give you a live look right now at Lumen Field in Seattle. That's where the U.S. men's national team is going to take on Belgium on Monday night, 8 o'clock on Fox 35 in the round of 16 in the World Cup. Big win last night for the U.S. men's national team over Bosnia. But that controversial red card going to mean the U.S. men's national team going to be short one of their best players in that game coming up on Monday. So we'll talk about that too. Keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to come, and we'll be right back.
Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now. This is the National Mall in Washington, D.C. You see the Washington Monument in the background. This is the site of the Great American State Fair going on right now. Today is Thursday, July 2nd. We are 2 days away. Monument in the background. This is the site of the Great American State Fair going on right now. Today is Thursday, July 2nd. We are 2 days away from July 4th and the 250th anniversary of our nation, and huge celebrations going on, not just in Washington, D.C. We're talking in New York, Philadelphia, and then celebrations, just things over the next few days on this holiday weekend. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. Brooks, the holiday weekend is almost here.
It's here. You know, a lot of people are out there on the beaches already, Garrett, and we're going to watch out for some rip currents, but otherwise a nice couple of days here with very little rain on the beaches on the Atlantic side. So folks are going to soak it in because everything changes this weekend. We're back to the old thunderstorms as would be normal for this time of the year come Saturday and on Sunday. But here's a live view from Daytona Beach. Waves rolling in. The tide is high right now, but it'll be going out this afternoon. Look for about 90 through 2 o'clock. That'll be our high today on Daytona Beach. And no rain in the forecast on the water. That's great news. Now, if you're south and west of Orlando, there could be a couple of storms this afternoon, especially Claremont to Winter Haven from the attractions to Tampa along I-4. High temperatures around or above 91 degrees. So look at future clouds and radar for today. A flow from the northeast, which means, yeah, we've got a couple of sprinkles around the region right now, but come this afternoon, most of the rain's going to set up after 3 o'clock west of Orlando. And then Tampa, once again, will be the focus point for showers and storms. Okay, so we're going to fast forward and show you the future radar on Saturday. Tomorrow, Friday, will be much the same like today, just kind of some isolated activity, mostly west of Orlando. But on Saturday, the wind direction shifts, and that allows for storms to become scattered and numerous after 3 o'clock right over Orlando. A lot of outdoor activities going on, festivities, festivals, 4th of July stuff. It is Independence Day, America's 250th anniversary on Saturday, and nature is putting on its own fireworks show. And it looks like we could get a lot of storms. Not a total rinsing washout of an afternoon, but there will be some areas of persistent thunderstorms laying down several inches of rain. Now, don't despair if you've got a fireworks festival to go to in the evening. A lot of towns launch them around 9 o'clock once it finally gets dark. Most of the rain should be over by then. This is future radar at 7 o'clock, maybe the last hurrah of these storms. The sun starts getting low in the sky, but then they start to dissolve by 9. So crossing fingers, you get your activity in, but it's funny, we always act surprised that it's going to rain on the 4th of July, but this is the peak of our rainy season, so it should be expected. Unfortunately, sometimes events don't interface with the forecast as hoped. But the good news for Red Hot and Boom, which is the big fireworks extravaganza in Altamont Springs, is that this is going to be held tomorrow on Friday, and that will be a day where we have a lower rain chance compared to other days, certainly about a 50% chance, and even that may be a little bit too aggressive. So crossing fingers that event is dry for you, but it's going to be warm. Highs in the low 90s, cooling down to the low 80s. So the big weather story, we've been talking about this for a couple of days, not just in Florida, but there's a huge heat wave along the East Coast, and this is going to produce the hottest weather in 15 years for the major cities in the Northeast, from Washington to Philly to New York and Boston. And that means triple-digit heat for actual high temperatures are on the cards for the next several days until this thing finally slides back out over the Atlantic. And when you factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like it's between 110 and as hot as 118 degrees. That's dangerous heat on a good day. Unfortunately, a lot of the Northeast does not have air conditioning like we take for granted in Florida. Just about everybody needs it here to survive. And up north, a lot of people don't have it. And so when you're looking at the rare event of extreme heat, as illustrated here in purple, including most of the state of New Jersey, even into Long Island, eastern sections of PA, into Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, even into Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, and back through Pittsburgh and into Columbus, Ohio, Cincinnati. I mean, that's pretty extreme. And folks there aren't just dealing with one day of heat. It's going to be 4 consecutive days of heat, which can really add up on the stress on the body. Here's a live view of Washington, D.C., the Capitol building awash in sun and heat. It's 92 degrees there right now. This afternoon, they're going to top out at 102 degrees. So they're going to warm up 10 10 degrees more than they are now. And look at that heat index in orange, 110. Tomorrow, Friday, the heat index in DC, 112. On Saturday, the 4th itself, the heat index 108. Anything over 105 for the north is considered pretty rough. Anything over 108 for anywhere in the country is considered dangerous levels of heat. And look at those overnight lows, barely getting below 80 degrees. So it won't really be until Sunday that they see any kind of real relief. But this is a big deal. A lot of folks will be out on the National Mall celebrating the 4th, so hopefully they can get to the cool spots as is needed, which will inevitably become something that people there will have to do. It's just going to be too hot to stay out there all day. Well, no tropical activity is expected over the next 7 days, so that's nice. All right, let's talk about our 7-day forecast. It's sort of like that technique of price sharing when you're trying to sell something expensive, where you tell somebody that, you know, this car could be $100,000, but this one's only $65,000. So that's kind of what I did with the forecast, showing you DC being in the hundreds to try and suggest that 93, 94 isn't hot. But naturally it is hot. It'll be hot for the 4th of July weekend, but that's pretty normal for this time of year,
yep.
as are the higher rain chances.
Oh, still hot, but as you said, could be worse.
This truck could be 120,000, but now it's only 70,000. Good deal, huh?
Yeah, feeling great about it. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett. Have a good one.
And as we go to break, give you a live look right now downtown Orlando on this Thursday morning. Keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We have much more to come live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now in Phoenix, where the fire department there, the Phoenix Fire Department, is showing us just what can go wrong when it comes to fireworks, and specifically how even legal fireworks can cause a lot of problems when it comes to starting fires if you're lighting them too closely to things, or how it can also spark brush fires. So something to keep in mind just when you're looking at this holiday weekend. Make sure you dispose of fireworks safely, properly, that you don't set them off too close to anything that could catch fire. Again, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Meanwhile, also in Phoenix, the FBI, Phoenix, announcing that they believe some of the ransom notes in the Nancy Guthrie case have been determined to be fake attempts at extortion. Meanwhile, some are still being investigated as legitimate. So still a lot of questions in this and very few answers in this Nancy Guthrie investigation. And so joining us live now to provide us with some context on all of this, retired FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer joining us live via Zoom. Jennifer, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
So first, just give me your reaction, your initial thoughts on kind of these latest words from the FBI on what to make of these ransom notes that we have talked about so much.
Well, first of all, how extraordinary that the FBI has actually come out and made any sort of statement. We are starting into the 6th month of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and we've only seen this one other time, and that had to do with lab information. So that told me how important this was to them to get this messaging out there after another network announced and multiple people announced that the FBI said all the notes were fake. The FBI in this announcement said, listen, we think there's some illegitimate notes that were sent, but we're still investigating. And I believe it's the first 2 notes that they are still sorting out whether they're legitimate or not.
Why do you think that they did find that so important to weigh in on this and kind of correct that record?
Because they are investigating this, as they also announced for the first time, as a kidnap for ransom. So even though it's something that sort of everyone has known, they are, in other words, by the actions that we've seen and by the evidence we've seen, they want to make it crystal clear. This is an investigation for ransom, and they also, I think, wanted to right the wrong, and that was all of mainstream media running with this notion that the FBI said all the notes were fake, when that just is not what their messaging was.
Now that we know they are investigating this as a kidnapping for a ransom case, I mean, that kind of confirms a lot of kind of previous theories. And Jennifer, I know what you have kind of thought about this case for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been what I've been saying for several months. And again, this is just based on the facts that we've seen, right? A woman removed from their house, 84 years old, who is related to somebody who is extremely wealthy. When we saw that, the blood on the stoop, the picture of porch guy, those were the clues that would lead most people to believe this was a kidnap for ransom. And then the first 2 ransom notes, which they came out on stage and said, listen, where this is what we believe early on, actually. And then they had the family come forward and address the kidnappers and address the ransoms that were demanded. 5 different messages that were in part scripted by the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit, I believe. So they have always acted as if this was a kidnap for ransom.
There's still been, Jennifer, some questions about kind of who is been leading this. We heard some comments this week from the director of the FBI saying the FBI is assisting, but the Pima County Sheriff has said that the FBI is in charge of the ransom notes. Can you just kind of clarify for us kind of what's going on with who is leading this investigation and what's going on with that?
Well, I think it's unequivocal that Pima County is leading the overall investigation. In other words, the FBI has made it very clear, including Kash Patel again yesterday, and he said it 3 different times. He said it on News Nation. He said it on a very large podcast platform, and then he said it again yesterday in a news conference. We are not in charge. The Pima County Sheriff's Office is in charge, and he specifically says we are merely assisting. I agree with you. It's not really lining up when the Pima County Sheriff says, well, when it comes to ransom notes. But what this tells me overall is I don't think they're playing well in the sandbox. That's what it tells me. It tells me that they are not a joined force and head of this investigation. And that's really sad because that only hurts the case. I mean,
yeah, I was going to ask, what does that do for an investigation like this when, if that is the case, if there is some sort of issue with coordination here, how does that put finding Nancy, finding who did this, how does that put the case at a disadvantage?
Well, you always want the individuals involved with investigating and the people calling the shots, the people making the decisions, the head that you know where you're going to for answers. You want them on the same page. There are so many amazing federal resources that Pima County just doesn't have. Pima County has things the FBI doesn't have. They have the most familiarization with that particular area and with the neighborhoods and with the location, basically. And so you can come together and work these cases as such a great joint unit and get better answers than you can working separately. And I just see that they're not on the same page in this case. And we've seen it from the beginning that there's been problems. And that unfortunately has led to a lot of the mistakes in this case.
This has already gone on longer than those loved ones would want it to. How much longer does this go on, Jennifer? If you had to make a prediction on a timetable for getting some answers, do you think it's something we can still see some sort of resolution for in the coming weeks?
I think there will definitely be a resolution. I just think it is down the road. At the very beginning of the case, I predicted 6 months, which would mean August 1st. And that was strictly based on how long it takes to, for instance, look at the DNA, to look at all the video they had, to hopefully have somebody come forward on the porch guy video and come forward with that information, just from my experience. So I tell you what, with this issue between Pima County and the FBI not working well in the sandbox together, as well as nobody coming forward yet to identify porch guy, this might take several more weeks.
And so what needs to happen next, in your opinion, in this investigation?
Well, they need to keep hammering and looking at those videos. There had to be a vehicle that took Nancy Guthrie out of her neighborhood. There's only so many choke points and so many egresses from that location. They need to keep checking all nest rings and video, traffic video, because there is going to be somebody at this strange and odd hour of the morning, 2:30 in the morning. That's a very finite amount of time that you're looking at for these videos. So I think that could be a really big clue. The other thing is, and this makes no sense to me why this hasn't been done, porch guy's face needs to be on billboards throughout this Southwest area, especially in Tucson, and the messaging needs to be kidnapped for ransom case, and the details need to be in Spanish.
Do you think there's someone out there who knows who that is? Do you think whoever may have done this could have spilled the beans to somebody by this point?
Yeah, I think that's very likely. But typically what happens is either the other person on the receiving end doesn't want to believe. If they do believe it, they love that person and they don't want to come forward, or they're afraid of that person and they don't want to come forward. So I think a lot of these factors could lead into it. And it's also possible the person never said anything. And so the individuals that are around him just have no idea that he could have ever committed this crime.
Retired FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer, we always appreciate your perspective and your expertise. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning. We continue to track the ongoing search and rescue efforts and recovery efforts that are going on in Venezuela and the aftermath of that the two back-to-back devastating earthquakes, 1,500 plus dead, thousands still missing. And as we have talked about, just still some miraculous, absolutely miraculous stories of survivors still being pulled from the rubble, even amidst all of that devastation. Joining us live now to talk about how the U.S. government is getting involved in helping with some of these relief efforts that are going on. We are pleased to be joined this morning by Mignon Houston, who is a spokesperson, deputy spokesperson with the U.S. State Department. Mignon, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Absolutely. Thank you for allowing us to be here.
So first, just to talk to us, this is obviously something that's hard to see. The devastation. Yeah. There's a large Venezuelan population here in Florida, and so it's something that folks here have been watching closely. But just it's just tough to see some of these images of devastation and seeing that death toll. Just your thoughts on what we have seen coming out of Venezuela.
Look, it is heartbreaking, the immense impact that these earthquakes have had on Venezuela, on the people of Venezuela. We are mobilizing an unprecedented response. We stand with the people of Venezuela, the U.S. government, under the leadership of President Trump. We have mobilized 300 personnel, highly skilled in search and rescue. That was our first priority, to find survivors. Just today, we understand a gentleman who had been buried under the rubble in a garage for 8 days has been pulled out, that he is alive and well, making jokes. We are just so happy to hear these stories, the heroic efforts by our Americans from the East to the West Coast who are out there on the ground, physicians, firefighters, first responders, working alongside Venezuelan authorities and international partners to find survivors. In addition, we are working very quickly to mobilize as many critical supplies, life-saving supplies as possible. The needs are great: water needs, sanitation supplies, food, as well as shelter for the thousands that have been displaced. And so we have our 2,000 servicemen from the Department of War, men and women on the ground, really doing the amazing work of getting these supplies to the front lines, along with embedded organizations that we are working with. We mobilized $300 million going directly to these organizations to distribute these critical supplies. And so it is a whole of government approach. We are working swiftly, as efficiently as possible, to get these critical supplies on the ground and support the people of Venezuela right now.
And why are these efforts so important and and so urgent at this point as well?
Absolutely. Well, after a disaster of this magnitude, the first 48 to 72 hours are critical to find survivors, and that is exactly why we had those search and rescue teams, those highly skilled elite teams on the ground to find survivors, finding babies, bringing them out the rubble, reuniting families. It was really just miraculous to see. But in addition, those critical supplies, when it comes to medical supplies, are extremely important. Samaritan's Purse, within 36 hours, stood up a fully functional hospital, a field hospital where they're treating trauma patients. This is critical. The work we're able to do by the Department of War, by air, by land, by sea, getting in these supplies. This is our hemisphere. This is where we live. And that is why it is so important for the United States to take this leadership role in supporting the Venezuelan people at this time.
It's a lot of teamwork, a lot of coordination between, kind of government groups, and then you have humanitarian organizations, groups from here in Florida even that we know are on the ground there.
That's right.
Talk to us about some of the coordination that goes into these efforts.
Well, significant coordination, as you know. I mean, look, when you have a disaster of this magnitude, the world wants to help. You had countries from all over who wanted to bring in critical supplies. But what we realized very early is that the international airport, the Simón Bolívar Airport, was inoperable. 2 major runways were unable to be used. And so the United States, with the leadership of the Department of War and Southcom, they repaired this airport. We are now seeing planes arrive almost every hour with these supplies, these critical life-saving supplies. And this is so valuable. This showcases really just the coordination, the meaningful cooperation that we are seeing right now from the interim authorities along with local authorities on the ground. Every person is valuable. That means not only just the vetted and trusted organizations, the NGOs and the faith-based groups, but also our government organizations across the board. And so we are unified in our approach to support and save lives and help the people in Venezuela.
You talk about everyone wanting to help. We know there are a lot of folks stateside here who want to find ways to help. What do you recommend? What are some good ways, some things for people to keep in mind, and how they can donate or support these relief efforts and get involved?
Well, we love this question, and the Secretary has answered Americans right now with this great answer, and that is look to travel.state.gov. That is our website. We have published information for any American who wants to donate. Every dollar counts. Every dollar is going towards saving lives right now, and you can provide financial donations to the vetted organizations that we are working with, like Samaritan's Purse, Catholic Relief Services, the Red Cross. There are also organizations in South Florida, like the Global Empowerment Mission. They are collecting donations, just a leading humanitarian organization down in South Florida. Walmart in South Florida also collecting donations. And so we're leveraging the full strength of the private sector, working very closely with them to help us get in these critical supplies at scale as quickly as possible. Our priority right now remains saving lives, getting in these life-saving supplies, and we're going to continue to do it as long as it takes.
And if there are Americans abroad who need some assistance in the aftermath of this, what do they do?
Well, Americans abroad, we want you to know our number one priority is your safety and security. We stood up immediately, a 24/7 task force. We want you to call us. We have been fielding hundreds of calls from Americans. That number, if you're watching right now, is 202-501-4444. Please reach out to us. We want to make sure we can talk you through any questions you might have, next steps, resources that you might need. Americans, you're always our number one priority, and we are there right now for you as well. And for Americans here, if you are looking for individuals, we know that tragically we have lost the lives of 4 American citizens after the earthquakes. We have a dozen that are unaccounted for. If you're an American in the United States and you're looking for someone, you can also reach out to us. We have a number on travel.state.gov. Please know that we will answer that call day or night so that we can get you the resources and the support you need.
Mignon Houston, U.S. State Department Deputy Spokesperson, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. We are.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live right now to Miramar in South Florida, where Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz is speaking to reporters now after an unannounced oversight visit of the ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations Center there. Let's go ahead and listen in live as she speaks right now.
Inside the facility and see the conditions under which people who are brought in at both of those facilities, the holding area, the Miramar ICE check-in facility, to 72 hours. Now, and there are literally people lining the floors. There is, I tried to step it out before they were able to give. I was told that the room that is, let me just, I was told the room that houses women, forget, while I was walking, sorry to pause here. It's about 10 by 10, and the room that was processing, where women were not processing, the room where women were being, and the men's holding cell against a wall.
All right, so we're having some technical issues with that live stream right now, clearly kind of jumping all over the place. We'll try to get you back to some of those remarks maybe a little bit later if we can get a clean feed of that. But again, the Congresswoman speaking outside that ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations Center in Miramar. There have been some questions about the conditions of that facility, reports of overcrowding, and you heard her in between the glitches there kind of talking about people, being lining the facility and talking some of what she saw. This, again, she's speaking after what was an unannounced oversight visit, as members of Congress have the authority to do. And so she's sharing what she saw. Again, we will hopefully be able to get you to those remarks a little bit cleaner coming up a little bit. Meanwhile, we are continuing to follow up today, as we talked about on that crazy scene yesterday, the Empire State Building, 2 people climbing up, obviously not supposed to, but they are now arrested, 2 people facing charges in connection with that stunt that ended in them being taken into custody on one of the platforms as they began to climb down. Angela Nicolau, Ivan Birkis, they are the Russian climbers who are now facing charges here. They were actually the subject of the 2024 Netflix documentary called Skywalkers, A Love Story, that was all about their roof-topping exploits and their romance as well. We saw that on display yesterday on top of the Empire State Building when they climbed to the top holding that flag, talking about love and peace, and then the proposal that we watched live as well. We were curious, though, about the response from New York Police Department to that. We got some body camera video showing the arrests and the moments that the officers from the Emergency Services Unit climbed up and ended up making contact with those climbers high above the ground. And taking them into custody. So just a little bit ago, I had the chance to speak with former sheriff's detective and investigator Jamie Copenhaver, who gave us some insight on the response from police, some of the training that those specialized officers go through to be able to do something like this, and then also how procedures and protocols might change in the future to make sure something like this or some copycats don't happen again. All right, Jamie, first, just give me your reaction from a kind of law enforcement perspective of seeing those 2 people climbing all the way to the top, 1,400 feet in the air. What did you make of what we were seeing yesterday?
Garrett, minus the crimes that were committed, it was just breathtaking to watch that unfold live. I mean, it was just amazing to see these people scale up the walls and circumvent that security. But more importantly, when they got around those antennas, I was pretty terrified for them. A lot of electric components up there.
Yeah, definitely a scary situation. Obviously, there's a reason that that's not open. I'm curious what you think they might have, how they might have had to bypass security, how they might have been able to pull that off to begin with.
Take a look at the Empire State Building. It's a privately owned building, Garrett, and the security is pretty tight anywhere on any of the high rises in the city. So that particular building has a public component called an observatory. So it's, you're able to get almost to the top of the Empire State Building to the observatory. There's going to be a security door that was either left unlocked or they had swiped someone's pass, because in order to get roof access on any of those high rises, you have to have a security clearance and a pass and a key card to access that forbidden area, if you will. So quite dangerous, quite concerning, given the part that, the NYPD was just doing a press conference on the city's security for the upcoming 250 celebration. So it was a bad timing, bad look for the bad guys there.
Now let's talk about police. This body camera video released showing the emergency service unit responding, having to climb all the way up there. That's quite the way to have to take someone into custody.
Well, it is. And if you go back to that live feed and look, you're going to see one or two New York City Police Department helicopters. One of those helicopters is equipped with cameras, and those cameras are fed to the officers at the ESU, the Emergency Services Unit, right? So they can actually see in real time as to what the bad guys are doing on these difficult situations. Little unknown factoid, Garrett, before you become a member of the Emergency Service Unit, you have to climb the Brooklyn Bridge to success. It's just part of the process. So, those men, they're trained, they're well equipped to handle any of those events like that, and we saw it in action yesterday.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the training. That's kind of fascinating. But we're seeing that training kind of pay off, and then they have to get back down with these suspects in custody at that point. That also poses some unique challenges when you're trying to take someone into custody, handcuff them, and then get them back down.
Yeah, I mean, that emergency service unit, I can't speak and give them enough praise, Garrett. Recently, they had a suicidal individual on the ledge of a high rise getting ready to purportedly jump. That same unit was dispatched, and they brought that to a successful close. But here's the deal. One of those guys actually harnessed up and went out on the ledge with the suspected suicide individual and was able to yank him off the ledge. So, they train for this every day. In a real life situation. I mean, they train as they go. So you're having these calls pop up from time to time. That's training in real life. But like I said, again, to be able to climb the Brooklyn Bridge, that's a feat in itself. And that's what every one of those members are capable of doing.
I think it's really interesting just to think about how different the job of law enforcement is from one place to another. Here, you might be calling police, to get an alligator out of your garage. I had to do that one time. Here, you're having to literally climb the Empire State Building to make an arrest.
I mean, what a resume, right? What did you do in your past? Well, I climbed multiple high rises in the city to save people's lives. I was just talking to a friend of mine earlier. Those units really and truly, Garrett, are top notch. I've worked with some of those men and women back in the day. So I know the training, I know the amount of grit it takes to pull these off. And they really don't get a lot of credit. You see the men and women in badge and uniforms on the patrol side. You'll see the guys in the flak jackets on raids, but you never really see the ESU unit in action. So I was kind of grateful. I'm grateful that no one was injured, but they got some credit yesterday. Here's the other thing too, not being political, Garrett. The current mayor up there is talking about cutting the budget, and that unit is part of what he has a target on to maybe lessen that staff over at ESU. And I'm telling you, that's probably one of the most valuable units at the NYPD.
Now, I want to get your thoughts on this, because this was something that was clearly done to get attention, clearly a stunt, and posting the photos, the videos on social media as well in the aftermath of the proposal and everything. Would there be a concern for security and for law enforcement at this point of other copycats, even if maybe not doing the same thing, something similar, also for attention?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Privately owned building. I know for a fact that every high-rise and building in the city, they liaison regularly with the NYPD, so they have a great relationship, right? I hope this is correct moving forward, especially the Empire State Building, one of the most iconic buildings in the world. I have a question. How do they access a restricted area? And I just don't see the security at the Empire State Building leaving that door unlocked. So, how do they access it? Key card? Do they swipe a key from someone? We just don't know. But it's a scary situation. I mean, the components on top of the Empire State Building are radio frequencies. You have TV and radio frequencies emitting from the top of that. The radiation in itself is extremely dangerous for anyone being around that. But like I said, they do regular maintenance there. So maybe someone accidentally left that door unlocked. But that needs to be corrected, and I'm really encouraged by the commissioner of the NYPD. She is going to go out and re-summon some meetings with some high-rise owners to make sure their staff and security are trained, number one, but number two, are on top of items just like this, because it was a security breach, Garrett.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would imagine this is the kind of thing that will spur some audits and, reviews of protocols and procedures and likely some changes going forward.
Yeah, I mean, we have these World Cup games all over the U.S. The nation's 250th coming up. I'm hearing there's a wedding at Madison Square Garden this coming weekend. So there's a lot of... No, I'm not. I would go if I was. But hey, there's a lot of high-profile events, especially during the 250, right? But let's leave all of that aside. It's a huge city, a lot of people, but here's the key part. A lot of dignitaries are in and out of the city in New York that require top-notch security, and we just can't afford to drop the ball on any of the above.
That's a good point, because these people were, as we said, clearly doing it for attention, but you don't always know the intentions of someone and what they might be trying to gain that access to do. It might be something that is much, has a lot more animosity than that.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the news flash and I'm like, what? I had to do a double take, right? And then I saw it was the Empire State Building. My jaw dropped, number one. How did they get there? But more importantly, my first thought was, okay, what are the intentions? This is before the selfie stick and the flag or the banner and the proposal. I'm like, okay, are these bad actors? Are they terrorists? You just don't know. And here's the caveat to that. That stunt cost a lot of risk and a lot of resources. They're going to cordon off that entire block. They're going to evacuate certain floors of the building. And then you have the men and women in uniform that are sucked up in resources now, setting up that perimeter. So, God forbid that something major took place elsewhere in the city because all the resources were tied up for a social media stunt. So we need some tougher laws. I think, Garrett, we need a deterrent for these cases other than trespassing or a misdemeanor. So something, you can stick your teeth in and bite to say, hey, don't do this. This is what's going to happen.
Well, Jeremy Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, we always appreciate you joining us, and thanks for talking with us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
And a quick note of breaking news here before we go to break. We have confirmed that the teenager being searched for in Volusia County after the state's first spectrum alert was issued yesterday has been found safely. This was a 17-year-old who had been missing. There were search efforts going on for him. I can show you some of the video of some of that that was going on. Holly Hill Police, FDLE, others involved in that. The teenager has been found in DeLand. That spectrum alert has been canceled. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
put to Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. We are approaching the noon hour on this Thursday, and today we got a little bit more of a look at the future for the historic gas plant district in St. Pete. This is a part of the area where Tropicana Field stands right now. It's the current home of the Tampa Bay Rays, but not for a whole lot longer. Their lease is set to go through 2028. Now, the city is talking with the Rays about a potential extension because we know there's a lot still in limbo about whether their new stadium, which is proposed for Dale Mabry Highway and the Hillsborough College campus over there. A lot of questions about whether that could be done in time for opening day 2029 at this point. And so St. Pete is discussing with the Rays about a 1 to 2 year extension, potentially, the mayor says, if it works for the city. So that is something that's still being discussed. But Mayor Ken Welch held a news conference today where he talked about the city moving forward with a new contractor for redevelopment of that historic gas plant property. We have some renderings of what that might look like. And the mayor talked about the future of that property just a little bit ago.
So Dan asked, what about the Rays and the lease extension? We have always said, or I've always said, that we'll honor our commitment to the Rays through 2028. I've also said that if things don't work out in Tampa and Hillsborough and they need a 1 or 2 year extension, we're open to talking about that if it makes sense for the city. And we've had that discussion as well, and so it would work with our phasing, but the city of St. Pete is moving forward, Dan. Now, we got a freshly refurbished Trop. It looks better than ever. And if the Rays decide they want something longer term, that's a conversation we need to have. But the old model of a new stadium further to the east is gone. We have to start thinking about the city of St. Pete.
Question over here?
Yes. Could you speak up, please?
Yes, Mayor. Good morning. Does this plan include demolishing the Trop? And if so, you mentioned you spent millions refurbishing it. Tell us why.
At some point in the future, after 2030 or so, that would be the plan. Most of those dollars we believe will be reimbursed. I think we've received $30 million or so. Where's Tom? Tag. How much have we received back?
From FEMA.
FEMA and insurance, like 30?
Insurance, we have about 17 million.
And FEMA obligated is?
Obligated 16 million, but we have not finished that project.
He's an accountant. He's real specific. So FEMA has promised, and insurance is about $30 million we've already received back from that. So we're going to get back most of that money from rebuilding the Trop. The Trop is about more than baseball, as you know. Graduations and other things happen there, so it is an asset. But the plan now is to eventually demolish that and replace it.
Why refurbish? Why spend all the money if you're going to do away with it?
Because it was eligible for FEMA reimbursement. We had many discussions with FEMA before making that decision, and insurance. And so if we're going to get back most of that money from FEMA and they have done this in New Orleans with the Superdome and other public facilities, it's something FEMA commonly does. So we're relatively assured we're going to get that money back. And this is a community asset. The Rays would not be there right now if we hadn't gone forward and repaired it. And our team, Beth and James, did an outstanding job of getting that repaired on time and under budget with international procurement, manufactured in Germany, assembled in China, and then shipped here. Every 24 of those panels had to go through that process. So they did an outstanding job. Now we've got the economic benefit for the next 3 years, maybe 5 years if they ask for an extension, and then we'll see what happens going forward. That was our thinking on it. Yes.
Mayor, couldn't this decision be put in jeopardy if it conflicts with Urban Land Institute's?
It does not conflict with ULI. If you've seen the draft, it is as I predicted. It's in perfect alignment with JHOP, and I think having an independent group verify that only strengthens the plan. So I would take a look at the ULI draft. It does not conflict with it. Yeah.
Mayor, Blake's proposal was strictly affordable.
You got to speak up, man.
Blake's proposal, strictly affordable housing, not including workforce. If my notes are correct, are about 500 less units than the ARC proposal. With 900 of those units being built off-site, did that give you any?
Let me get with you on the numbers. I'm recalling 3,600 units on-site and off-site, 1,800 on-site, half of those at 80% AMI and below, half at workforce. Now, all this is a starting point. It all has to be negotiated, but they had the most affordable and workforce housing.
Yeah, I was just focusing on strictly the affordable. Will you help them, can the city help them identify land off-site when it comes to building those?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mayor, considering that Tropicana Field is county-owned land, does that mean that the county and the Pinellas County Commission would have to ultimately have a vote or weigh in on amending current agreements right now?
We'll work all of that out with the county. As you know, just less than 24 months ago, we had some very complex agreements with the county when there was going to be a stadium. And those conversations continue with our realignment of the CRA. So any county conversations that we need to have, we'll absolutely do that.
Can you give us a rough timeline? Will the council ultimately approve this next year?
If we look at the Heinz-Rays timetable as kind of a guide without the stadium, I think we're looking at a year, just ballpark term sheet, and then agreements coming back to council.
Mayor, I want to give you a chance.
James, does that year sound?
Yes.
Okay. You have to sleep at some point, but.
Mayor, I want to give you a chance to answer this. They spoke to residents who were against this yesterday. They said they feel like this is rushed, especially with an election coming up. I want your answer.
So my promise when I ran in 2021 is that I would bring back a plan to move forward. We did that one time, very successfully. First time ever that the county city came together with the Rays, and in this case Heinz, for an agreement that we all signed less than 24 months ago. The Rays' previous ownership walked away from that, and so I'm simply honoring the promise that I made when I ran, that I would bring forward a plan to finally move this forward. And I was in high school at Lakewood when this started. There's no way that you can call this rushed. It's been 4 decades, and it's time to move forward. Yes.
First of all, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for inviting Campbell Park to be part of this discussion. Blake, I want to thank you as well. I am very excited about the opportunity this presents. Speaking as a resident of Campbell Park neighborhood and as an advocate for the businesses here, I am excited to hear about how are we going to take advantage of the opportunities to reconnect our neighborhood with that district over there.
It is a priority, and I think, you know, when folks talk about reconnecting, we have to understand what that means practically. I mean, if you brought down I-175, for example, the connection is here to the park and to the school. So it has to be more than just a physical connection. It has to be a connection of opportunity. But we are highly focused on that and look forward to working with you.
Can I hear that from
Blake?
Blake as well, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I echo Mayor's sentiments, but I think connecting includes job growth, offering jobs that spill over. That highway doesn't stop jobs. We can spill jobs over here. I'm convinced that it's cultural. I'm convinced that it's tied into the Deuces. I'm convinced that there are 100 permutations of ways we can reconnect.
Thank you. Thank
Sir.
you.
What's the first building that you plan to construct here? When do you want to have shovels? Right.
Very good, Neil.
Mayor and I have been talking about making sure Woodson becomes the lead. I love getting applause. I don't get applause in my job. It's amazing. That's first, and then everything else with respect to breaking ground revolves around the outcome of this lease. So if the lease is the lease and we're done, then we're talking 28. The first day that site is available, we're all going to be, this group's going to be standing there, we're going to be breaking ground. If anything can happen faster, we're going to try to accelerate it, because just like the mayor said, I don't think I was born, so I'm convinced that this has been going on for a very long time.
Yes. I'll get you. Yes. Yes. Okay.
It's such a personal project for you, and as you said, you've been aware of this, obviously, your entire life. What is it about this proposal that is on you?
The totality of the proposal, I mean, there were many factors. The fact that this is truly a hometown group that understand the importance of it, the highest price for the land, the most affordable and workforce housing, the commitment to true workforce opportunities, career opportunities. But you're right, when you say it's personal to me, I'm remembering that it's certainly personal to Ms. Moselle Davis and Jet Jackson and Mr. Oliver and a whole generation of folks who were here and received those promises from our government, and now we have a chance to move forward on that. There's a whole generation of folks that this is so vital to, and it's going to bring all those economic benefits, turning those 58 acres of pavement into jobs and housing and all the things that we need in this community. So I'm really excited about it. It was the totality of the proposal. Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So Neil, can you talk about the income parameters for the apartments?
Is everybody having fun?
Yes.
All right, my granddaughter's 5. She's going to see me on TV today. Yes. This is for senior apartments. It will be based on on AMI, average median income. No apartment will be more than 80% AMI, and some will be lower. All right, AMI changes, but if we were doing a dollar amount today, you'd probably be talking about $600 a month.
Neil, stay right there. I just have a question about can the Pinellas...
You know, this isn't fair. Who are you?
She's with the Times.
Oh, the Times. I know them.
Yeah. Can the Pinellas County Housing Authority move forward sooner, or are you working in conjunction with each other to be negotiated?
We put a separate bid in, and as far as I'm not putting anybody on the spot, as far as we know, it's still a separate bid, and we're moving forward with all the speed we can to deliver on this promise. We accepted the responsibility.
So, Mayor, does that mean that the city can work on that to get that going?
My intent is to move forward with PCHA separately and more immediately. And the invitation was set up specifically for that purpose. Yeah. Last question.
Mayor, thank you for having us all here today and giving us a vision forward. We've asked questions all day long. What about the gas plant? Now we have something stronger to talk about. My question is, back up to hers, on the raise, we're on contract. Were we obligated with the raise and MLB to fix the truck for baseball ready so they can play here? Was it a requirement? And that's all?
That was a legal obligation that we had to give them a place to play through 2028. Thank you. All right, thank you all so much. We appreciate it. Let's go.
The news conference earlier today in St. Pete, where we heard from Mayor Ken Welch and some other officials talking about the plans for that historic gas plant district and what will happen post Tropicana Field in that area. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
to Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Senator Ashley Moody was in Hillsborough County earlier today, where she talked about tax cuts and some benefits from the One Big Beautiful Bill. We listened in as reporters had the chance to ask her some questions. That was right off the top at 11. I want to play for you some of her remarks from earlier in that news conference, where she talked about some of those tax cuts and Trump accounts and a number of other things as well. So here were her remarks in Hillsborough County earlier today.
Fun. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. So good to see you as we lead into the celebration of this country's 250th birthday. So good to be with you. And I am so pleased to be here today and to be with Amber and Chris Kula and Joseph Brace and Brian Snyder. Chula, I'm sorry. He'll yell at me later. It's great to be home in the great state of Florida. As you all know, I am from East Hillsborough County, so this is like coming home. It's a homecoming. One of the things I have realized since getting to the United States Senate, and I'm so honored that Governor DeSantis appointed me, having been your Attorney General, so honored that the President has supported me. One of the things I realized is we do a lot of great things for the people of this country to restore strength and stability and security, and sometimes we will do them in one act and they don't take place for a really long time, and so folks don't even know the things that are available to them now that were done purposefully for our working families. And so it has been one of my #1 goals to make sure I am communicating throughout this year on how we are delivering for the working families throughout this nation, but specifically here in Florida, because Florida keeps coming out ahead in so many of these metrics, and I think it is great for our families to know about what they can take advantage of right now. And so as we are celebrating our independence this weekend, so many of these things go into effect. And so what a wonderful way to celebrate all that this nation is, all that it has given us and our families by recognizing so much that is out there now that our families can take advantage of. So as you know, one of the things I think is so important is that people that support us in Washington understand what we're doing to work on their behalf. That's all we are. We are simply your avatars. We are up there representing you. And so I went to Washington and said, look, I want to cut out all the bureaucracy so Americans believe that Washington isn't working for itself or isn't serving bureaucrats, that it's actually serving people. And I want to make sure that they know when they are handing over their hard-earned dollars, because we require them to pursuant to some sort of tax code, that they realize we are being good stewards of that money. And when we're pointing out this waste, fraud, and abuse that we're finding, and I'm so proud of everybody that's digging in and rolling up their sleeves and uncovering this, and you're seeing it day after day, that we're actually doing something about it to make sure it doesn't happen again, so that you trust when you hand over your hard-earned money that we are spending that wisely, because Washington can't even spend $1 until an American earns it. And so I want to make sure you know that is where my priority is. You are my priority. American families are my priority. And I am working every day in Washington to make sure that that is a reality. And so I'm so proud today as we move into the 4th to go over some of the important wins that we secured for you in the Working Families Tax Cut Act. which went into effect and was signed last year, but so many of those provisions are coming online this weekend as we celebrate the 4th. So many of you know already we're trying to keep more money in your pockets because we think you can decide how to best spend your money. It's obvious you can do that better than Washington. So we were very clear. We're going to stop taxing overtime. We're going to stop taxing tips. And we're going to stop taxing Social Security. So in a state like Florida, where there are a lot of families that are depending on overtime and tips, and a lot of seniors that are relying on Social Security, that is a huge win. And so it is no surprise that Florida is getting the largest tax refund on average for individuals and families than any other state in this nation. And that is a win for Florida. Now, like many of you here with me today, I am also working and raising a family. I still have a kid in school. I am still a mom trying to plan how to make everything work. And the Working Families Tax Cut Act really delivers on our working families. And I wanted to go into some of that because I don't know that that got communicated as well as it should. And I know many of you, like us, are trying to build a budget, and having some predictability on where your money's going to go and how we can save to better support our families is so important. So in addition to all of the ways we are saving taxes for working Americans and working Floridians, we've also decided we're going to beef up our child tax credits. So in many instances, those that have children are seeing real relief. We have also beefed up the way we are allowing families in school choice to get support with resources and the money that they spend on education, from tutoring to technology to anything that's going to bolster their child's education. You can now get the benefit of that when you are recognizing your taxes. During the Working Families Tax Cut Act, we really doubled down on school choice. Now in Florida, you know, we're universal school choice, and because of that, our graduation rates have skyrocketed because we were willing to think outside the box and say we're going to support traditional education. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're never backing off supporting our traditional education. But if your child has unique educational needs, parents should be able to decide what's best for them and get help doing that with resources, regardless of what zip code they live in. And because of that, Florida is setting the standard around the nation for child success in K through 12 and in university education. We are #1. We are killing it. And it is because we think outside the box and we think through the lens of how are we putting our families and our kids first. Not how is this affecting stakeholders in Washington, not how this is affecting any other people that have a vested interest in education. We're putting kids and families and parents' choice first. And the Working Families Tax Cut Act double downs on that commitment and that mission, and it's even better for Florida because not only do we have the expanded school choice, universal school choice, the scholarships, the money that is available for school choice, we now have that supplemented by the Working Families Tax Cut Act. What else is happening this weekend in education? This is great news for everyone that wants to go and acquire a skill or trade. Now you can use Pell Grants for trade schools. This is huge for folks that want to get a skill. And it will make a huge difference in the state of Florida because we are bringing businesses back to Florida. We are ramping up manufacturing. We need skilled labor. And if you have a kid or a young adult that is wondering, where is my life headed? Where do I see myself in 10 years? I'm not sure. And there's a lot of that right now. I hear it from teenagers all the time. We have 2 young people in our family, and they're constantly talking about, where do I see myself in 10 years? They need to understand that right now we're committed to making sure that we are focused on bringing building and manufacturing and innovation back to America and keeping it in this country and in this state. In the state of Florida, we are meeting that commitment, and we're going to need all the skilled trade folks we can get. So I hope Americans know and Floridians know they can now seek Pell Grants for trade, skills, and certifications. That is huge news. I also want to talk about the newest investment for American families, never been done. A tremendous announcement. It goes online this weekend, and that is child investment accounts for every child born in America. Never happened. This is going to go a long way to strengthening and giving opportunity to all of the kids born in the state of Florida and in the United States. This weekend, those accounts go online, are going to be funded. Millions of Americans have taken advantage of this. If you open an investment account for your child, $1,000 for every baby born, they start this weekend. By the time they are of retirement age, that could be hundreds of thousands of dollars to support them. Some have estimated it could be close to $1 million. This could go to many things in their lives, from education to buying a home. I cannot tell you how far this will go to strengthening opportunity for everyone. Everyone, no matter where you're born, no matter what zip code you live in, every child is going to be eligible for this, and I am so proud of this country for stepping up. Now, seniors, we know our seniors that are already getting no tax on Social Security, they're also now going to get an enhanced deduction. So in Florida, we have nearly 5 million seniors that live here that are going to take advantage of this. And I don't know about you, but I want them keeping more of that money to invest in Florida and not sending it to Washington, because we are so focused on making sure that we're keeping that here. And you're going to hear from some great folks in a moment to tell you about their estimation on what that means when people keep their own money and what it means to the strength of our communities. And I can't wait for you to hear about that. I could sit here all day long and talk to you about all of the ways, from keeping money in your pockets, to education, to child investment accounts, to ensuring that this country remains safe and secure, all of the ways that that Working Families Tax Cut Act has delivered for this nation, and specifically for Florida. It was my great honor to support it. It is my privilege to come here to Florida to announce all of the things that are going to go into effect this weekend on July 4th as we celebrate this nation's success. We have a lot of challenges these days. We have a lot of folks that are making statements that seem to undercut what this very nation was built on. I believe a lot of that comes from a frustration because they want to see government working for them, to protect them, protecting their rights, protecting their ability to keep their own money, keeping government out of their lives. Innovation, hard work, protecting individual liberty, that is how we have gotten here today on our 250th birthday. The Working Families Tax Cut Act anchors us back down to that premise, reminds us that we are not working for government, that government is working for us. And I am so proud to be here in my home county to talk about this today as we move into our weekend of celebration, because we all need to be mindful that it is our focus on what America was meant to be, what our government was meant to be, the accountability that we should demand and expect from those of us that are in Washington and of our government. That's what our founding fathers wanted. And that's what we need to deliver today. And I am so proud to be here to do just that. And so I am now going to call up Chris Chula to say a few words.
Thanks. Remarks from Senator Ashley Moody at that news conference earlier today at the Brandon Riverview Chamber of Commerce, where she also took some questions. And if you were with us earlier today, she was asked about an endorsement in the governor's race. She did not formally endorse anyone. She said that may come in the future, but she did have some positive comments specifically for Byron Donalds. So we're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus on this Thursday. Coming up up on 12:30. Going to be talking some Magic basketball coming up in just a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere. We will have much more to come over the next little bit right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook.
Reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let me give you a live look right now at Kia Center, home of the Orlando Magic. And you can see some cars moving along pretty well there along I-4 right now. Busy, getting ready to see some busy travel for a lot of folks. In fact, you may be hitting the road for the July 4th weekend right now, but it has also been a busy time for the Orlando Magic front office, making a number of roster moves, including a huge return of a familiar face. And speaking of familiar faces, let's bring in independent reporter Sean Green, joining us live now to talk about some of what we are seeing from the Orlando Magic. Sean, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
You as well, Garrett. Thanks for having me.
So let's start. As I said, it has been a busy time here. Before we get into the big signing, I want to talk about Jonathan Isaac here. They making the decision to re-sign him just a few days after waiving him. Just kind of walk us through that process, what the thinking was there, and kind of what that whole, all those steps kind of allowed them to do.
Look, it was kind of a foregone conclusion the Magic were going to waive Jonathan Isaac. They were going to need to save as much cap room as humanly possible. Jonathan Isaac's contract wasn't going to allow them to do that. So by cutting him before the designated date that they could, they saved about $8 million in cap space, which was huge for them. Now, Jonathan Isaac was at head coach Sean Sweeney's press conference, and this was before he was let go. So I think a lot of people, once he did get let go, kind of assumed they would probably bring him back. Jeff Weltman and the staff love Jonathan Isaac. I think a lot of Magic fans maybe wanted to move on. Jonathan Isaac has obviously had a lot of injury struggles in his entire career. He wasn't really getting many minutes in the last couple seasons, but obviously Jeff Weltman drafted J.I. as his first pick for the Magic, and maybe this new staff sees a role for him moving forward.
Now, they also re-signed Javon Carter. What do you think that does for this Magic team?
Well, obviously, Javon Carter was on the team last year. They signed him right after the trade deadline, where a lot of players were looking for a new home. A lot of players got dropped. They brought in Javon Carter, and in his time that he was able to get some minutes, he showed some promise. He can shoot the three ball, which is, again, always something that we're going to talk about with the Magic. And I think they needed guard depth. And the Magic could only sign guys for a minimum deal, which is about $3.9 million. Against the salary cap, it's about 2.6, 2.7. So there wasn't many options to go out and get a guy that maybe Magic fans wanted. So Javon Carter stays with the Magic on, again, a minimum deal.
Okay, now let's talk about Nikola Vucevic coming back to the Magic. This seems big, Sean. I mean, he's someone that obviously had a huge career with the Magic before. What is this? Talk to us about this move.
Yeah, it's funny because he's getting signed for a minimum contract, but it feels different, right? Because Nik Vucevic is a Magic legend. He was the face of the Magic when the Magic were struggling. Again, probably the player in the Dwight Howard deal that when the Magic traded Dwight and got, Nik Vucevic, a lot of people were, who's this guy? Like, he's a young kid coming from the 76ers, and he ended up becoming one of the greatest Magic players ever, in my opinion. He's done so much for the city. He loves the city, and that's, I think, the focal point. Obviously, he's not the same player he was 7 years ago. But as a backup center and a center that fans absolutely adore and love, it's absolutely huge for the Magic, and I don't think anybody can be really upset about it, given just how much Magic fans love Vooch.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Now let's talk, just kind of take a step back, talk a little big picture here, and what you make of this team's makeup at this point in the season or off season.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Garrett. I obviously love the Vooch signing. I think that was something that, if I'm looking moving forward, Goga Bitadze, I know there's been reports about teams calling the Magic wanting Goga, and the Magic have been hesitant. I think you should trade Goga at this point. The Jonathan Isaac signing, again, I'm not really in love with it. I think you could have probably went out and got, a different option, changed it up a little bit. I don't know how much J.I. is going to help you. Obviously, if he can stay healthy, we can see. But the Magic have done what the Magic have done. Jeff Woolman is not doing anything that is shocking. It's kind of funny because, again, you're looking at this new makeup of the Magic, and two of the players that they signed were on the team back in 2018, 2017. So it is kind of strange, but we'll see. I think a lot of changes still can be made, whether it be a trade, whether it be a pickup. I don't foresee maybe the Magic picking up any other players, but we'll see. And again, there's a long road to September, October, but, I'm not in love with everything the Magic have done so far.
What's a realistic return for a Goga Bitadze?
It's not much, and that's where I want Magic fans to be, cautious. You're not going to get a, high level starter. You're going to get maybe a draft pick or two and maybe a backup guard or a backup wing, which, again, I think Magic fans would want to do. I don't think Goga played particularly well last year when he was on the floor. I think the Magic struggled, and that's much different than he was the year before that. So I do think, listen, if I was the Magic, getting Nik Vucevic back and, having some depth there, I think you might be able to go get a deal and get some assets back. But again, I think, the Magic have been very cautious about trading anybody legitimately. So they might wait a little bit to see how he fits in this new Sean Sweeney team.
Now let's talk about the youngins here. With the Summer League roster, the Magic have signed Isaiah Nelson, the 51st overall pick in the draft, and is scheduled to play. What do you make of what we're seeing from this Summer League roster and what we need to see from some of the players on the Summer League roster?
Yeah, I think it's important, right? You got a guy like Jace Richardson, Noah Penda playing in Summer League. You know, they got some minutes, not a lot. So I think playing in Summer League in their second year is vital. You mentioned it, Isaiah Nelson playing. I think that's going to be huge. He just gets signed to a two-way contract, so he's going to be going, you know, between Osceola and Orlando. But I think the big one is Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish is on the Magic Summer League roster. He's been in the NBA for a long time. I think he wasn't in it last year. He was out for a season, and he's trying to get his way back into the league. And I think that's a very interesting option. Cam Reddish, when he's at his best, is a really good 3-and-D type of player, can shoot the three ball really well. So I am intrigued. That might be an option. If the Magic do want to fill that last spot, it's very interesting. Cam Reddish is a very interesting option. So we'll see how he performs in Summer League. But that was the thing that caught me off guard, or caught my attention, was Cam Reddish being on the Magic Summer League team.
And that season kicks off, 1 week from today, I guess, July 9th. Magic hosting the Hornets for the first Summer League games. They're going to be here before we know it. Sean, bottom line here, what Magic fans should kind of be watching for as the offseason continues, as we get ready for the Summer League to begin, and what the future holds for this roster and this team.
Yeah, I'll say just first, Summer League, start looking at the players that you know are probably going to be on the roster and see how much they developed. That's really Jace Richardson, Noah Penda. You need those guys to really take that next step. And then really after that, it's seeing if the Magic make any more moves. I don't know if they will, but start taking a look at this roster, because it's probably more set in stone than you think. And I do think this front office really wants to see Sean Sweeney kind of have all the tools, have all the assets, and then maybe make a decision after that. So I know fans might not like that, but that's what I'm looking forward to over the next month.
Independent reporter Sean Green, always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
You as well, Garrett. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in Washington, D.C. This is the National Mall and the site of the Great American State Fair as we prepare for the July 4th holiday weekend. and America 250 celebrations all across the country. Now today there was a special ceremony with Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and the National Guard in Washington, D.C. It was a ceremony for the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force. Pete Hegseth was there, as was Stephen Miller and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Here is what Secretary Hegseth said at that ceremony just a little bit ago.
Hey, thank you for what you're doing for our nation. Incredible job. Secretary Hegseth, thank you so much for hosting this event. It's great to be here. As we celebrate 250 years of our independence, the National Guard has been there from the beginning. We joined George Washington as we won our independence back in 1776. We were there on the beaches as we came on Normandy and Omaha Beach on June 6, 1944. We were there for Midnight Hammer, Absolute Resolve, and Continue in Epic Fury. And our National Guard will be always ready, always there. Now here in Washington, D.C., as we brought on the task force, General Blanchard, being the JTF commander, we brought 2,500 guardsmen in from 15 states and the District of Columbia, and you all have done an amazing job. You all have saved over 235 lives. You all have done over 530 medical assistance to personnel. You have restored children back to their families 27 times. And you have done amazing things in support of law enforcement to make sure we reduce crime. As we celebrate 250 years on Saturday, most Americans will get up and they'll think about barbecues and family and friends. They'll think about where they're going to watch the fireworks. But our National Guard will have 40,000 globally engaged somewhere, and they'll wake up and they'll lace up their boots and they'll think about going into the ballistic missile defense site to make sure we're secure. They'll think about cyber and how we're making sure we're protecting our networks. And right here in D.C., they'll be lacing up to make sure that they can fly jets into the air, whether they're maintainers or crew chiefs or the pilots, to keep our skies safe, not only over Washington, D.C., but across our nation. And so as we go forward and we bumped up another 2,500 to celebrate the 4th and our independence for 250 years, that's a quarter of a millennium. Think about that. And so we want to give a shout out to our governors and to our adjutants generals for helping to make sure that our guardsmen can be here and ready to go so we can celebrate across our nation. Now we have guardsmen also that are getting ready for maybe a tropical storm in Guam. We have guardsmen up on the side of a mountain right now clearing out fire lanes so that we can stop wildfires. And we have guardsmen that are supporting Venezuela as they've just had the 2 large earthquakes. And so our Guard's 435,000 strong. We're going to be always ready, always there, which is our motto. Happy birthday, America. And it's super excited to be here on the 4th of July. Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to our Honorable Blanche.
Thank you, everybody. My name's Todd Blanche. I'm the Acting Attorney General. So on behalf of the United States Department of Justice, I want to tell every one of you, men and women, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. It was just about 1 year ago today when President Trump said that he looked around this city, the capital of the greatest country in the history of civilization, and didn't like what he saw. He didn't like the crime, he didn't like the way it looked, and he instructed us to do something about it. And that's exactly what we've done. And we haven't done it because of me. We haven't done it because of anybody standing behind me. We've done it because of each and every one of you. And the goal, our goal was simple: create a city that's as beautiful and as amazing as the country that it represents. Whether it's a world leader coming to negotiate peace or trade with the President of the United States, or a 3rd grader or a 5th grader from Kansas coming to see the sights of this great city, they have every right and every expectation to do it in an environment that is safe and beautiful. And so when you hear President Trump, when you hear me, when you hear leadership talk about the success that we have seen over the past year in this city, we are literally being carried on your backs when we take that credit. We know that it is you guys every day, whether you have not a single encounter on your shift or whether you spend that day interacting with people in this city all day, you're putting your lives at risk, and you're doing so because of this great country. So I hope that every one of you know that when we thank President Trump for what he did for this city, we're also thanking every one of you. So I hope you have a great weekend. Thank you very much for standing out here in this heat. And God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Miller. I'm the Homeland Security Advisor for the President of the United States. I want to begin by thanking General Nordhaus, General Blanchard, Attorney General Todd Blanche, my very good friend, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and Colin McDonald, Ricky Burria, and Tony Salisbury, the Deputy HSA. Each and every one of you has been part of the single most successful public safety initiative in the history of this country. In 12 months, the crime rates in D.C. have gone from among the highest in the world to the lowest recorded in the history of our nation's capital. It is the largest, fastest, steepest reduction in violent crime that has been achieved in any city, anywhere in this country, since the recording of crime data has existed. Just think about that for a second. Work that would normally take 20 or 30 years, if ever, was done in less than 1 year's time. But it's not just the reduction in crime. The beautification of the city, the improvement to the quality of life, the cleanliness of the city, the order of the city, the feeling of security and physical comfort, the psychological ability of people from every part of this country and every part of the world to come visit our nation's capital and to see you as they tour this nation's historic sites, and to feel safe, to feel secure, to feel that their children are safe. You cannot put a price tag on that. I've heard story after story where parents say to their kids when they're waiting to get picked up, just go find where the National Guard is and stand there and wait until I can come pick you up. You cannot put a dollar value on what you were provided to not only the people who live in this city, but the people who visit this city. This is the nation's capital, the capital of the United States, on the 250th anniversary of her birth. And you've not only done everything I've said, but also the national security of this city. The ability to guard it against cyber threats, terrorism, and every form of national security threat. And to make sure, as we begin this celebration, that we can do so in complete physical safety. All of civilization can be fundamentally divided into two groups of people: builders and destroyers. Between the people who do the work to build, sustain, and nurture civilization, the people who serve, who sacrifice, who give, who care for others, who protect others, who defend others, and those who only destroy, who litter, who rob, who graffiti, who deface, who degrade. Civilization only exists because of people like you. People who choose to serve, who choose to sacrifice, who choose to build, who choose to dedicate themselves to some cause greater than their own vanity. Each and every one of you is the reason why America's future is brighter than it's ever been before. So on behalf of President Trump, on behalf of the White House, on behalf of the U.S. government, and on behalf of the American people, thank you. You have our everlasting gratitude. God bless, and happy Independence Day.
Stephen, thank you very much. To everything you said, yes and amen. And General, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General, thank you for being here, for backing us up along the way. To the entire team, to the soldiers here, thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for waiting out here in the sun. I'm to blame. Sorry, I had a meeting go long. I never want to make a formation stand out any longer than it has to, because I've stood in your formation before, waiting for somebody to show up so I can get on and do my job. And that's the beautiful part about what you do. You do your job no matter what. In fact, this background noise this morning is perfect. It's the sound of ingrates, of ingratitude, of people who are so blinded by ideology they can't see law and order and common sense in front of them. That there's nothing ideological about this group. There's nothing political about this exercise. Law and order is something all Americans deserve. Black, white, rich, poor, man or woman from D.C. or far-flung places in this country. And the beautiful thing is when I look out at this group, that's all of you.
That was comments from that event earlier today in Washington, D.C. We're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. We're tracking some breaking news out of Marion County. I want to show you some photos posted on Facebook by the Marion County Fire Rescue Department showing the damage that was done after a garage explosion sparked a large fire there in southeast Marion County. It happened this morning around 8:56, so just before 9 o'clock this morning. Marion County Fire Rescue say they got a number of 911 calls reporting an explosion and then a residential house fire. So a house fire in the 2100 block, Southeast 169th Avenue Road, and that's in Silver Springs. Callers there reported hearing a loud explosion before they saw an attached garage that was engulfed in flames. So the fire department got there just a few minutes later. They say they found a two-story house. You see it there with the fire involving that attached garage, and they say they were aggressive trying to attack that. A number of hose lines out, what they call a 360 degrees size up. They went inside the building as well, looking for anyone who may have been inside there, while also trying to prevent that fire from extending into some other areas of that home. Aaron, if we scroll back to the one photo there from the very beginning, showing where you can see kind of the side of the house and also some of the flames coming out there. Again, the fire was for the attached garage. There were a number of crews. Yeah, that's the one where you can kind of see a little bit more of the situation there and how crews were working to try to put that fire out. Again, a number of crews, different fire stations there were helping. Thankfully, nobody, no humans were inside the home. There were two cats found inside the home. They were alive. They are okay. and fire crews were able to contain that fire mainly to the garage. So in about a half an hour, they say they declared that fire under control. No firefighters were injured either. There was one patient treated for injuries during the incident. We don't have details on that, what may have happened there, because again, no one was inside at the time. That may have been from before firefighters arrived, and then they were taken to they were airlifted to the hospital. No word right now. We're not sure about their current condition. We're also told the cause and origin of that fire is still under investigation. So you can see some of the damage from the photos there. That's showing that attached garage where this fire started, from what was reported as an explosion that led to that fire. Could have been a whole lot worse, judging by what we have heard from officials in Marion County. Very thankful that it wasn't. But again, one person was airlifted to the hospital with their injuries. Unclear what those injuries might be or the extent of them, but never a good sign when they have to be airlifted like that. So we'll keep an eye on that situation as we work to learn some more details about that. And we'll bring you updates as we get them here on Fox Local, on our website, and of course on our evening newscasts as well. Well, as we get ready for July 4th, and a time that a lot of folks are setting off fireworks, doctors are sounding the alarm about the risk of injury when you're setting off fireworks. And so Fox 35 streaming intern Orion Boone had the chance to speak with a hand surgeon at Orlando Health who talked about fireworks, talked about the risks, talked about the potential for injuries, and also some safety tips. This is Dr. Min Nguyen from Orlando Health.
Obviously, we have a super exciting weekend coming up, the America 250 anniversary, July 4th, right? So a bunch of other people are celebrating not only with, official fireworks shows put on by city governments and stuff like that, but also their own personal fireworks shows with maybe friends and family. But what are the dangers you see with these, personal fireworks that people typically encounter?
Sure. The thing that I see the most is that fireworks are mishandled, mainly because people are not trained, and then they make mistakes that have large ramifications. So it's usually handling lit fireworks, or picking up a dud, or trying to relight a dud, meaning one of the fireworks that don't go off.
Gotcha. And obviously, you're a doctor. You see several different types of injuries on this holiday. What are the common types that you typically see come through?
Sure. We see ballistic injuries and burns for the most part. Those ballistic injuries can affect anything from skin to tendons, bones, as well as the nerves and blood vessels.
Gotcha. And it's a holiday. People are celebrating. Sometimes you have a few drinks, right? How does alcohol play a part in not only getting the injuries, but also some physiological effects of it on the body?
Sure. Drugs and alcohol can definitely affect reaction times. Most of these injuries and accidents happen in a split of a second, and being impaired will really affect that. Many of the patients that come in are impaired either from drugs or alcohol.
Gotcha. And do you have any safety tips that, you follow or recommend other people follow when using fireworks this weekend?
Sure. My number one safety rule is to really let the professionals handle the big fireworks. Outside of that, if you're going to have fireworks at home, I highly recommend that you have a bucket of water nearby, first aid kit nearby, and then also never handle those lit fireworks and never pick up any duds. The final thing is children really should be supervised. Even sparklers burn at 1200 degrees, which can melt metal.
I did not know that about sparklers. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, Dr. Min Nguyen, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
So a lot of important things to keep in mind if you are going to be lighting some fireworks over the weekend. A quick update here. I want to give you some new information that we just got from officials regarding the teenager who was found after that first Spectrum alert was issued. We reported that he was found. We have now learned that the child was found at his mother's home, and there may be possible charges filed in this case. Police conferring with the state attorney's office at this time. So still no details about the circumstances here, but still a lot of questions about that, but possible charges that could be filed in connection with that the disappearance of that teen, who again has now been found and is safe. That Spectrum alert has been canceled, but we'll continue to follow that developing story. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday, just after 1 o'clock now, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are continuing to follow devastation in Venezuela and recovery efforts, ongoing recovery efforts. Still hearing amazing, incredible stories of survivors being pulled from the rubble after devastating earthquakes there. We know the U.S. State Department is helping some coordinate some efforts, helping with research and rescue and recovery, and working with a number of organizations and groups, and also trying to reach out to any Americans who may be over there and struggling right now as well. And I had the chance earlier to speak with Mignon Houston, who is a U.S. State Department deputy spokesperson, about the U.S.'s relief efforts and how you can get involved to help as well. Just to talk to us, this is obviously it's something that's hard to see. The devastation. Yeah. There's a large Venezuelan population here in Florida, and so it's something that folks here have been watching closely. But just it's just tough to see some of these images of devastation and seeing that death toll. Just your thoughts on what we have seen coming out of Venezuela.
Look, it is heartbreaking, the immense impact that these earthquakes have had on Venezuela, on the people of Venezuela. We are mobilizing an unprecedented response. We stand with the people of Venezuela, the U.S. government, under the leadership of President Trump. We have mobilized 300 personnel, highly skilled in search and rescue. That was our first priority, to find survivors. Just today, we understand a gentleman who had been buried under the rubble in a garage for 8 days has been pulled out, that he is alive and well, making jokes. We are just so happy to hear these stories, the heroic efforts by our Americans from the east to the west coast who are out there on the ground, physicians, firefighters, first responders, working alongside Venezuelan authorities and international partners to find survivors. In addition, we are working very quickly to mobilize as many critical supplies, life-saving supplies as possible. The needs are great: water needs, sanitation supplies, food, as well as shelter for the thousands that have been displaced. And so we have our 2,000 servicemen from the Department of War, men and women on the ground, really doing the amazing work of getting these supplies to the front lines, along with embedded organizations that we are working with. We mobilized $300 million going directly to these organizations to distribute these critical supplies. And so it is a whole of government approach. We are working swiftly, as efficiently as possible, to get these critical supplies on the ground and support the people of Venezuela right now.
And why are these efforts so important and and so urgent at this point as well?
Absolutely. Well, after a disaster of this magnitude, the first 48 to 72 hours are critical to find survivors, and that is exactly why we had those search and rescue teams, those highly skilled elite teams on the ground to find survivors, finding babies, bringing them out the rubble, reuniting families. It was really just miraculous to see. But in addition, those critical supplies, when it comes to medical supplies, are extremely important. Samaritan's Purse, within 36 hours, stood up a fully functional hospital, a field hospital where they're treating trauma patients. This is critical. The work we're able to do by the Department of War, by air, by land, by sea, getting in these supplies. This is our hemisphere. This is where we live. And that is why it is so important for the United States to take this leadership role in supporting the Venezuelan people at this time.
It's a lot of teamwork, a lot of coordination between, kind of government groups, and then you have humanitarian organizations, groups from here in Florida even that we know are on the ground there. Talk to us about some of the coordination that goes into these efforts.
Well, significant coordination, as you know. I mean, look, when you have a disaster of this magnitude, the world wants to help. You had countries from all over who wanted to bring in critical supplies. But what we realized very early is that the international airport, the Simón Bolívar Airport, was inoperable. 2 major runways were unable to be used. And so the United States, with the leadership of the Department of War and Southcom, they repaired this airport. We are now seeing planes arrive almost every hour with these supplies, these critical life-saving supplies. And this is so valuable. This showcases really just the coordination, the meaningful cooperation that we are seeing right now from the interim authorities along with local authorities on the ground. Every person is valuable. That means not only just the vetted and trusted organizations, the NGOs and the faith-based groups, but also our government organizations across the board. And so we are unified in our approach to support and save lives and help the people in Venezuela.
You talk about everyone wanting to help. We know there are a lot of folks stateside here who want to find ways to help. What do you recommend? What are some good ways, some things for people to keep in mind, and how they can donate or support these relief efforts and get involved?
Well, we love this question, and the Secretary has answered Americans right now with this great answer, and that is look to travel.state.gov. That is our website. We have published information for any American who wants to donate. Every dollar counts. Every dollar is going towards saving lives right now, and you can provide financial donations to the vetted organizations that we are working with, like Samaritan's Purse, Catholic Relief Services, the Red Cross. There are also organizations in South Florida, like the Global Empowerment Mission. They are collecting donations, just a leading humanitarian organization down in South Florida. Walmart in South Florida also collecting donations. And so we're leveraging the full strength of the private sector, working very closely with them to help us get in these critical supplies at scale as quickly as possible. Our priority right now remains saving lives, getting in these life-saving supplies, and we're going to continue to do it as long as it takes.
And if there are Americans abroad who need some assistance in the aftermath of this, what do they do?
Well, Americans abroad, we want you to know our number one priority is your safety and security. We stood up immediately, a 24/7 task force. We want you to call us. We have been fielding hundreds of calls from Americans. That number, if you're watching right now, is 202-501-4444. Please reach out to us. We want to make sure we can talk you through any questions you might have, next steps, resources that you might need. Americans, you're always our number one priority, and we are there right now for you as well. And for Americans here, if you are looking for individuals, we know that tragically we have lost the lives of 4 American citizens after the earthquakes. We have a dozen that are unaccounted for. If you're an American in the United States and you're looking for someone, you can also reach out to us. We have a number on travel.state.gov. Please know that we will answer that call day or night so that we can get you the resources and the support you need.
We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this. Hey, Marie, it's Garrett. Can you hear me?
Hi, Garrett. Yes, I can. Ooh.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. More back and forth between the Florida Attorney General and the state attorney in Orange and Osceola counties. This started yesterday when, well, it certainly didn't start yesterday, but this latest round started yesterday when Fox 35's investigative reporter Marie Ettinger obtained a letter looking into this. And so she joins us now live, been following up on this, been looking into this a little bit more today. Marie, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Just kind of get us caught up here on what's going on now.
Yeah, so that made me laugh, correcting that, well, it's been going on for kind of a while. This particular bout of argument surrounds around plea deals that the state attorney's office has offered to defendants, especially as it relates to something called youthful offender status. Youthful offender status is when somebody is charged as an adult, but they are granted this little bit of leniency, saying that we understand that you were under 21, that you don't have any violent priors. There's a list of requirements for it, and it says you'll be charged as an adult, but you'll be granted this little bit of leniency. It's called a downward departure, because you were young and dumb in some cases. It's kind of a middle ground in between sentencing somebody in juvenile court and giving them full adult punishment. The issue is there have been several cases recently where people, victims' families especially, have been really, really upset with Monique Worrell's office for the leniency that she's actually shown towards defendants. And that's what the Attorney General has been getting on her about. This is going back to about April, I think, when they first started going at it over this. She wrote back to the to Attorney General James Othmeyer in May, and now he's responded to her. In her earlier letter back in May, she said that it is not up to her what the final sentence for a defendant is, which is true. The judge is the one who finally says this is the sentence and will accept a plea deal or choose to deny it. But the Attorney General's point is it's the state attorney's office that offers the plea in the first place. They're the ones who craft it. They're the ones who come to the judge making the offer, and then the judge just signs off on it in the end. So the Attorney General is saying you don't get to skirt responsibility. It's your office that is being lenient in the first place, and then, okay, a judge says fine, but they assume that you've already talked with the victim's family and considered all the possibilities and considered the strength of the case and considered the law at hand. That's the main issue. There is another issue with some verbiage the state attorney has used in the past. Monique Worrell, last time I talked with her, kind of made it seem like she has to do this. And this actually came up yesterday in another statement her office sent me. They say that there are statutory requirements for this, and they make it seem like they're obligated to offer youthful offender status if somebody is eligible for it. I just talked with a former prosecutor about that, though, and he said, no, you don't have to. In fact, the Florida Supreme Court actually just in June had a case where they explained that the judge can reject youthful offender status. So they don't have to offer it at all. It's just something they're doing to be nice or to apply the law as they see fit. And that's just different from the perspective that the Attorney General has on all this.
And so this youthful offender status, this is still for people who are being tried as adults, correct?
Yeah. So these are largely cases. Okay, so I'll give you a more specific example rather than in general. We'd covered this case where a man named Christian Romero was killed in a car accident by a boy who was 15 at the time of the accident. His name is Yaxiel LeBron Flores. He had been, he was driving a stolen car with a bunch of friends in the back. He was speeding wildly, and he ran through a red light and crashed it into Christian Romero's car, killing him. After he did that, he then got in trouble 2 more times for more minor offenses. One of them was just kind of like attending a sideshow type deal. He shouldn't have been there. And then I'm blanking on what the other one was, but it was another driving related. He'd crashed. That was what it was. He'd crashed again and got charged with reckless driving causing property damage. And when he was arrested, the state attorney came forward and offered this plea deal saying that he would get 6 years, which is the maximum a person can get under youthful offender status. Before that, he was 15 at the time of the crime, right? They decided to charge him as an adult, which is really, really common in vehicular homicide cases because driving is an adult task, and therefore if you are driving, then it is considered an adult act that is charged as an adult. That's how a former judge explained it to me in the past. So he's charged as an adult. By the time he is charged, he is an adult, although the crime happened when he was 15. And so he was pleading guilty to manslaughter charges rather than more severe charges. Manslaughter as an adult comes with a maximum penalty of 15 years. And manslaughter is different just because it says that it wasn't planned, it was an accident, but still something horrible happened. They could have charged him with something more severe because he was committing a separate crime at the time of the offense by driving that stolen car and by speeding. There's, one could argue, a reasonable expectation that something would go could go wrong, or that it was a homicide that was committed during another felony. So manslaughter was already a pretty good deal, 15 years. And then because the state attorney's office came forward and offered the youthful offender status, that capped his sentence at 6 years. And that's divided among prison time and probation. So when he gets out, he will have no probation whatsoever. He will have his driver's license suspended for 3 years after he's out. That's pretty much it. The family of the victim, Christian Romero, they are livid about this. I just talked with Christian Romero's sister earlier today, and she's still upset. They went and talked for hours to the judge, begging him not to accept this plea. And when the state attorney's office first told them that this was the offer, they wrote back immediately saying, please do not do this. We're uncomfortable with this. We don't think it protects the public. He's already shown that he's not fully taking responsibility because he's already gotten in trouble multiple times after causing this crash, including another reckless driving charge. So they're saying he needs to be held accountable. He needs to be made to be accountable. And 6 years is not going to do the trick. If you are dead set on offering him 6 years, please sentence him as a full adult, not with youthful offender status. So he could be given 9 years of probation after he's out. That would add up to the 15 years. They gave all these options. They begged and said 6 years is not appropriate. And the state attorney's office moved forward with it anyway. And the judge wound up accepting that plea. So that was actually one of the examples that we showed in video there that the Attorney General brought up in his point, or in his complaints to Monique Worrell about what he views as missteps that her office has made. Also in that letter was an example for another case that Fox 35 has reported on, where a man was killed, and the killer was offered youthful offender status. He got 4 years in prison and 2 probation. There was another with a sex offender charge, again, youthful offender status. So his downward departure was just, his sentence wound up being entirely minimal compared to what he was up against.
And Marie, as we talked about, this is just kind of the latest back and forth between the Attorney General and the State Attorney, Monique Worrell. In fact, that Outlook notification that I heard come across your computer was a statement just into our newsroom now from Monique Worrell, talking about a conviction in another case, Gabriel Arroyo, 20 counts related to possession of child sexual abuse material after a 3-day jury trial. And in her statement, she says that this conviction reflects the work that truly defines the office, and then responds to some comments from the Attorney General saying, rather than acknowledge the thousands of cases our office handles with a variety of outcomes each year, the appointed Attorney General continues to focus on the same handful of cases he lacks a full understanding of to advance a political narrative. Disagreement with the exercise of prosecutorial discretion is not evidence of misconduct. Prosecutorial decisions are made based on the law, the available evidence, the interests of victims, and the facts of each individual case, not political convenience. So she's not backing down on her stance on this, it seems.
She is not. And she'd said yesterday that she's kind of tired of playing this political game back and forth with the Attorney General. But the last sentence that you said there actually was addressed by the Attorney General in the letter he sent yesterday. He'd said that, let me read it. He said, your office's charging decisions, plea agreements, and sentencing recommendations are putting the people of Florida at risk. And he said, prosecutorial discretion is no complete defense to an allegation of incompetence or dereliction of duty. That was a quote from the Supreme Court of Florida. And then he says, the judge's role is irrelevant to your duty to oppose lenient dispositions for the underserving. So his point is, okay, you've got all these cases where things went right according to both of their views. That is her job. And he's saying that these cases, she doesn't get to pass the buck, and it is her job to sentence strictly, in his view. So he's saying it isn't her job to be lenient, and what this is what he views as leniency. I am certain this is not the last of their back and forth that we'll see. It's certainly not the last time we'll be talking about youthful offender status, because there are other cases where this has been offered, and it's going to keep coming up. I do want to also mention for our reporting today at 5 and 6, I do have some emails that were sent to victims' families from the state attorney's office that do do seem to kind of undermine the point they're making about everything being up to the judge and their prosecutorial discretion and their role in whether youth offender status is offered. So if you want to tune in, we will be talking about that later.
We will definitely tune in for that. Fox 35 investigative reporter Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. If you were with us earlier, we tried listening into a news conference where we heard from Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat from South Florida, who was holding a news conference and speaking with reporters after performing an unannounced oversight visit at one of the ICE removal facilities in Miramar. And we didn't have a clean feed of it at the time. We do now. And so I want to play for you some of the remarks, some of what she said that she saw inside that facility after concerns about overcrowding and a number of other things. This is Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz just a little bit ago.
Morning, I'm Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I have just come out of the Miramar ICE facility where people who are checking in for their appointments on their immigration status and who are regularly checking in with ICE. This is where they come here in South Florida and in this part of the state. I've been here many times, never to tour all the way inside because now that I passed a law that requires no notice access to members of Congress to any ICE facility, any Homeland facilities, Homeland Security facility where any detainees are held. I passed the law to ensure that members of Congress have that no notice access. Previously, they were requiring us to give them 2 weeks or 2 days. I mean, it was just a moving target. Colleagues of mine had to go to court to enforce that law, and thankfully there was a judicial ruling that has secured that for sure. A number of years ago, alongside my now late colleague, Congressman Alcee Hastings, we were hearing so many reports of people who used to have to stand outside here while they were waiting for their appointment in the brutal sun with no shade. And I, alongside then Congressman Hastings, successfully fought for that cover so that at least some of the people do have the ability to have some shade. When I first went inside, that was the first thing that I raised. I was given access today. They followed the law, thankfully, and I was given access. I toured every corner and cranny, nook and cranny of this facility. But the first thing that I mentioned was that when I came in, there was a very long line of people waiting for their appointment who were on the other side of this hedge here, waiting to be queued into the line underneath the overhang, but you can see that there are people, now they've just brought some of them in, you can see that most of the people are not undercover that are standing out here, and when I brought that to the attention of the folks who are the leaders of this facility, they were saying that people come at 7 in the morning and that they're always undercover. I said, well, there's about 100 people who are not undercover, who are not only being brought in 15 people at a time, that are on the other side of the hedge in full sun. So that's not accurate. We also fought back then for restroom facilities where there was a very difficult time, and I have lawyers still telling me that people who are checking in for their appointments have a very difficult time being able to use a bathroom. They did set up a porta potty which has one toilet for men and women, and there are often 300 people who are processed here. So that's obviously an inappropriate ratio to be able to make sure that people can use the facilities. They do have, this is also something we fought for, there's a water fountain over there that years ago there was no access to water. We get reports from lawyers that say that the people who are waiting out here, they give them a hard time. They're really really committed humanitarian organizations, folks who are out here trying to make sure that they can hand people water bottles, and they say they harass them and give them a hard time about that as well. My concern today was to make sure I could get inside the facility and see the conditions under which people who are brought in and detained when they check in, the conditions in which they are being held. And I can tell you that the conditions that they are being held in are horrific. There are 4 holding pens. Now, I've been to Chrome, and I was at Alligator Alcatraz, and at both of those facilities, the holding area, the pre-clearance area, so to speak, this isn't a detention facility, so they only have a holding area, and now they have a waiver. They're only supposed to be able to hold people at a facility like this for 12 hours. I was told they have a waiver here at Miramar ICE check-in facility to 72 hours. Now, this is appalling, but there are about 70 to 75 men in the 2 holding pens for the people who are brought in after they've been detained during their check-in appointment. And there are literally people lining the floors. There is absolutely no room at all. It is wall-to-wall people, 70 to 75 people crammed into a very tiny room. The dimension, I tried to step it out before they were able to give me the information of the dimensions of the room. I was told that the room that houses women is, let me just make sure. I was told the room that houses women, forgive me, I have so many pieces of paper because I was trying to write notes while I was walking. Sorry to pause here. Okay, at the moment I can't find it, but the room that was processing women was about 10 by 10, and the room that was processing, where women were not processing, the room where women were being held was about, I'd say 12 by 12, and that includes a toilet in the corner of the room with no privacy at all. And the men's holding cell was about 24 by 24, 1,000 square feet. There were easily 75 men in that room. And also, that is accounting for the toilet space, where obviously no one can stand. I looked into each of these rooms, and there were people laying on the floors, people standing, like literally they were on top of each other. There's one small bench against the wall. So then you have to ask, if people are there for 72 hours, which is 3 days, then how are they dealing with eating and showering and the other daily needs that they have? They are fed 3 times a day. I saw the food. They are given a small microwavable meal that is 7.5 ounces. That is regardless of whether they are male or female. I mean, a portion that is about this big, a tiny microwavable meal that they get 3 times a day, and a bottle of water. They said they were able to have access to water on demand, but they get 1 bottle a day, and then it has to be refilled. Now imagine if you are crammed in with 70-something other people, and you need more water because and it is extremely hot. There were the men and the women were indicating physically to me that how hot it was. I mean, imagine being crammed into a room with 70 or 75 people, essentially not much bigger than the size of 2 elevators. I mean, that's just to give you an idea of how tight the quarters are. That's where they have to sleep. That's where they have to eat. They have to go to the bathroom, and then they said the men are able to shower every other day. If you're there for 72 hours, you can imagine that it's likely that they don't shower. And I have to say, the shower room, where there are also toilets, which is also used by staff, by the way. So those were very clean, predictably, because those are staff bathrooms as well. That's the area where they showered. They told me that the capacity of these rooms was 56. There are far more people there than 56. There's an area for families where families are detained separately. When they come in, they are not there that often, and they don't stay for a significant length of time. I heard prior to coming, I was told by lawyers and other advocates that there are people who are forced to stay here for 5 days, some for longer. The ICE officials said that was not the case. They said they are entitled to phone calls. They're entitled to a phone call when they arrive. There is no space to talk to their attorneys at all. They acknowledge that. No space to talk to attorneys. They can talk to an attorney on the phone. Again, it's hard to imagine how they're able, if they're crammed into a room where they can hardly be seen, depending on where they are in this room, how they're able to flag the attention of an official to be able to talk to their attorney on the phone. Suppose the attorney calls there and, asks to speak to them. Still a very, very challenging situation. We also heard reports prior to my coming that people are being pressured to sign a departure notice and to self-deport. What I was told was that they are told, if they're eligible, that they can voluntarily deport. I asked if there's any pressure placed on them to self-deport. They said there was not. Not everybody qualifies for voluntary departure, but this is not atypical when I've been to other facilities. The reports that I hear are denied by the ICE by the ICE officials. When people come to check in, they say that there are about 15 people a day who, when they check in, they're detained because they've had a rearrest or they have a final order of deportation. That was something that was made clear. there's appear to be no safeguards to ensure that no one is pressured to sign documents to deport. They say that, management direction is the safeguard, so I guess training, but there's no one that's actually overseeing whether that is occurring or not. They have an average about one every day, according to them, of a medical case where they have to call 911, and 911 comes and administers aid. We'll take them to the hospital if that's necessary. They said they've had 0 uses of force here in the past 9 months, which is how long the new director has been here. The new director is someone who also took me through Chrome when I went 2 years ago. I asked about inspections because ICE facilities are supposed to be inspected regularly. Since the director has been here, there have been no inspections. He got here last October. It's June. There have been no inspections of this facility in that time. That is very disturbing. You have other facilities that are normally inspected about 3 times a year. If they're detaining people here, then certainly, and I regularly am told, when I went to Alligator Alcatraz, I was told this, we meet all ICE standards, they're at the highest level. Well, hard to know that you're meeting the ICE standards if the facility is not inspected. In short, the conditions here are very disturbing, and in part they're disturbing because, and the conditions are like this because of the billions of dollars that have been allocated to ICE and the very significant increase in the push to detain people, regardless of whether they have a criminal history. We have Venezuelans, and now add to that what you know is about to start happening now that the Supreme Court authorized the end of TPS for Haitians and Syrians, and that is going to eventually apply to others with expiring TPS, with revoked TPS by this president. So you're going to see a very significant uptick of people being processed here, people being detained here, and again, I say this every time I come out of an ICE facility. You wouldn't wish the conditions that these people are detained in on anyone you love, certainly, but really on anyone. They are inhumane. It is unacceptable, and I'm glad I had an opportunity to really take a look at it firsthand. Well, case in point, here comes another medical emergency. So I'd be happy to take any questions, but what the Trump administration has repeatedly pushed, and where they're asking for even more funding for ICE and CBP to be able to round innocent people up who have committed no crimes. We have this dire situation in Haiti with a level 5 do not travel warning to Americans, but yet the administration is trying to deport people who are here, who are simply trying to make a better way of life for themselves and their families and keep themselves safe from the danger that exists in Haiti. They just had 2 more than 7-point earthquakes in Venezuela. Thousands of people have been documented who have died. How are we going to force people back to Venezuela? Their TPS has been revoked as well. So I will continue to hold this administration's feet to the fire when it comes to how they're treating our immigrants to this community. This is a devastating situation, which is really playing out in real time with real horror here at the Miramar ICE Check-in. I'm happy to take any questions. Hold on. Your iPad is remarks. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Where am I? It came from Max at 10:52. Yes. Okay. Last condiciones aquí en esta facilidad de ICE son inhumanas y crueles. Es peligroso y innecesario que nuestros vecinos sean sometidos a este trato, especialmente los beneficiarios de TPS, haitianos y venezolanos y otros inmigrantes que cumplan a la ley. Lucharé con todas mis fuerzas para salvaguardar los derechos humanos, mantener a las familias unidas y proteger a nuestra comunidad. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Congressman, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Thank you for hosting this press conference
worse
today.
for the wearers.
From the Miami Herald here. I'm Vera Papaneta as well. My question is, did officials at all indicate to you whether this, these conditions are in part because of the recent ramp-up of arrests? There has been reporting both from advocates here and media all over the country that there has been a ramp-up of ICE arrests.
Yeah, I did have an indication from the officials here that because of the change in policy, which is the way they put it, there has been a significant increase of people being processed here, presumably more people who are having to check in with their appointments, more people being detained, and so yeah, that was the case.
Did they know whether, obviously this has been going on, of course, since last year, but did they indicate there's been a sharp jump in the last 5-6 days?
They did not indicate that. Oh, I'm sorry. And you know what? I found the paper. Sorry, it's a little chaotic walking around and holding everything. They told me that the holding tank for women is 7 feet by 14 feet. That's 250 square feet. There were at least 40 women in that tank, and they said the male tank was 24 by 24,000 square feet. I would doubt that. I have a sense of what that looks like, and you'd have to. It's not a square, so it's not 24 by 24, and there's a toilet in the corner of each room. So very, very small space for people, wall-to-wall human beings having to defecate, sleep, urinate, and eat in that room all together where they can barely stand or sit down.
You physically saw these rooms?
Oh, I physically saw them, yes. Physically saw them, saw through the glass, could see people on the floor using the aluminum foil blankets that they give them. I mean, they were not able to move. I mean, the people on the floor, when they saw me, and they were making desperate, motions with their hands, and you could see.
But you couldn't hear them.
No, I couldn't hear them because I couldn't hear them. I could hear them. They were crying out and saying, shouting about their human rights and how hot it was, and so I can speak Spanish, so I understood, some of what they were saying, but it was muffled because it was through glass.
I hate to ask this,
sorry,
but could you smell it?
No, I could not smell it. Who are you?
Sentinel, Raphael.
Okay, sorry. Oh, Raphael, sorry. No, I couldn't smell it, and they couldn't let me in to the room. I can only imagine how awful the smell was. I mean, when I have been in Rome, and you went into that area, which was a wider room, in Chrome, it's a longer holding cell, and they all sit around the edge of it. Same toilet situation. This is, this is. I'm telling you, it is like this space here. That's where 77 people are in. And then I want to emphasize again. Basically, what they call a meal is a snack size. I mean, if you were going to have a snack during the day, 7.5 ounces for grown men and grown women, frankly. And by the way, although they told me that they were going to be restocking the shelves and that they were, they had just, it's breakfast time. I'm not sure why they're have nearly bare cupboards, but they said they were restocking the shelves. They had them in a closet behind me, but the cupboards were pretty empty at the moment that I saw them.
Congresswoman, I wanted some clarity. When you talked about the access to the bathroom, there are no walls.
Oh, there's no bathroom.
Just a toilet in the middle of a room.
Right, it's not in the middle, in the corner.
In the corner.
And I went in it because they had moved the women into a different, very, very tiny room where they're not normally held. I was able to see the empty room where there is a toilet in the corner. There's a toilet in the corner. what they would call a privacy wall, maybe went up to your knees. These are people packed in so tightly they could barely move. So, you're having to make your way over to the corner and use the bathroom in front of, in the women's case, 50 or so women, in the men's case, 70 plus men. And, I can imagine the smell, the heat. They looked shriveled and miserable and in horrific shape.
We were told that because of the ramping up of arrest, that of course you're going to get overcrowding here. Did they give you a sense of how many daily folks they have? Because there's really no numbers or data that they provide when it comes to that. And then I was going to ask you on the Venezuela.
Well, you mean how many they have in
yeah, because they say it fluctuates, right? And now you said that there's a permit that allows.
Let's say I have about today, 2 rooms clearly full, 70 plus men, about 50 plus women. Then there were people outside the holding room that were being processed. There were about, let's say, 15 more men who were being processed, not women. So, let's say there's like 150 people here easily. At least every single day, and they're moving people out according to them, because they say that no one's staying more than 72 hours. People who are medically challenged, if they have medication needs, then they get those people out the most quickly because they don't want to be dealing with people with complicated medical situations.
And I was going to ask you on Venezuela, we've been asking the administration what happens now after the earthquakes. Do you have any sense of what they're going to do with all the Venezuelans that are possibly could be deported?
I didn't have a chance to ask. I didn't have a chance to ask them that specifically, but from all the questions, I did get a lot of information from all the. By the way, they're going to send me a live. They have a live spreadsheet of the daily census count that they are going to send me. So I will share that because I did ask. How many are temporary detention, processing, overnight holding, transfer staging, and who's responsible for ensuring compliance. But it stands to reason, based on all the questions I asked them, that the ramp up now, when you have the expiration, the impending, looming, horrific expiration of Haitian and Venezuelan TPS here in our community, that the situation's going to get a lot worse here. And I don't know. This facility does not have the capacity to process. I can't even imagine where they would start putting people. Everything else is administrative offices. I'm right. Okay, just in the time we've been standing here, we've had a fire truck and now an ambulance come in. And they told me that it's like, an average of 1 a day. At the beginning when I first arrived, there was also a fire truck and an ambulance coming in here, so maybe today's above average day.
Was this facility meant to be an ICE detention center?
No. This is not a tent. This is a check-in facility. The people who are standing in line over there have an appointment. In fact, they told me that most of the people that come to this facility are Cubans who have an once-a-year appointment. They are not deportable because Cuba is not taking deportees, and so they're checking in, and anyone who comes here, what happens is if they've committed a crime or they have a final order of deportation, this is according to what they told me, they are detained and then processed to go to another facility, they say within 72 hours. When you start ramping up how they're going to go after folks with expired TPS, revoked TPS, I don't know how they're going to deal with the influx here without creating a grossly even more inhumane situation than what I saw today.
Does this uptick also have to do with the closing of, for example, Alcatraz? Trying to.
Well, this is pre-detention, so I doubt it. This is pre-detention. Alligator Alcatraz was a facility where people were sent post check-in here. So look, there's 70 plus people, 150 plus people who are here at this facility who have been detained. Now, let's think through the math. If they're saying that they're detaining someone, they said about 15 a day are detained here. they have 150 people here, and they're only here 72 hours. The math is not mathing when it comes to the likelihood of how long people are staying beyond 72 hours. Because if you're processing people that quickly, then there shouldn't be that many people who are here if they're basically detaining people here at about 15 a day. I mean, unless a lot of the people they're just sending out immediately. They did say they send women out very quickly. They send people out very quickly and under that time with complicated medical situations.
So I have a question for you.
Sure.
So,
and who are you?
Maria Bilbao. I'm part of the Miramar Círculo Protection who are here.
Okay, I'm just going to answer press questions now. I'm happy to answer your question afterwards.
So, based on the conditions you saw that you assure inhumane and just deplorable, not okay, what's the message you give to President Trump today?
Well, my message to President Trump and my Republican colleagues in Congress are that we need to roll back the gross amount of funding, the hundreds of billions that that Republicans have infused into ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, roving bands of ICE officers who are stopping innocent people in my own neighborhood. They are stopping lawn trucks and they're raiding restaurants and construction sites. They are intentionally stopping people who have brown skin or a Spanish-speaking accent or don't speak English well, and that's basically what they admit, and that courts are allowing them to do. So we have to. Why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars on rounding up people who are just trying to keep themselves and their families safe, that are a critical part of our economy, that their departure en masse will hurt our economy? And for many of these people, they have a lawful status. TPS was a lawful status. CHNB was a lawful status. And when you present at a border crossing and you seek asylum, that's a lawful status. But this administration, the cruelty is the point. We need to take the funds that they have wasted rounding people up who are part of what makes America truly great, and we need to put that into making life more affordable for Americans across this country, because Donald Trump's administration is illegal war in Iran, and the policies of giving
Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz speaking live earlier today outside that ICE facility in Miramar, outlining a number of her concerns. We still have much more to come here on Fox Local. Don't go anywhere. At the top of the hour, we're going to welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and we're going to check in with Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, joining us live from Volusia County to talk about how they are law enforcement and beach safety are getting ready for a busy holiday weekend on Florida beaches. So keep it right.
and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you, and welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 Plus today. We are gearing up for a huge holiday weekend here in Florida and all across the country. July 4th, America 250. There is a lot going on. Let me give you a live look right now from our Hard Rock Hotel camera looking over Daytona Beach on what is surely going to be a busy weekend at the beach, and we know folks are getting ready for that. And so we want to check in with Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, who joins us live from Volusia County right now on the beach there. And Chris, how's it looking out there today?
Well, the weather is beautiful, and there are already hundreds of people who have taken to the shore here to celebrate the holiday. Now, local law enforcement as well as beach safety are focused on a couple of things to make sure people are safe. The water, they want people to make sure that if you're swimming, that you're near the lifeguard tower, and that if you do end up being caught in a rip current, that you swim parallel to the shore and try not to swim against it. Now, secondly, the beach safety and other law enforcement are just making sure that people are safely camping out here on the shore. So if you do bring a vehicle, you're asked to set up your umbrellas or tents or whatever have you in front or behind those vehicles instead of in between them. This is to prevent people from being hit by vehicles. We've seen several children over the years that have been hit. They want to make sure that parents know that you should park in front or behind those vehicles, or if possible on the other side of the shore closest to the water.
Yeah, Chris, that is always something that we see, always seems like there are some issues that crop up with that when it comes to the traffic on the beaches, and especially on a weekend like this where there are going to be so many people and so many cars that are going to be sharing space out there.
Absolutely. So one of the main things, they want parents to keep an eye on kids, especially. We've seen a few instances where sunbathers have been hit by vehicles out here on the shore. But of course, you've got children who may run across the traffic lanes, or even an instance recently we saw where a child could not be seen over the hood of a vehicle and was unfortunately hit out here. So as parents and guardians, they really want to make sure that you're keeping an eye on your kids to remain on the side closest to the water if possible, so you can avoid the vehicle lane. And if for whatever reason you or your child have to cross that path, that you're keeping a close eye on them and guiding them if possible.
Chris, any indication from law enforcement on how they may be gearing up for this? Are we going to see any special event zones or any additional precautions taken?
We haven't gotten any indication that there will be a special event zone here in the area, but anytime we speak with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, Daytona Beach Police, they say that they put extra resources on the ground here to make sure that everyone is safe. As we know, July 4th weekend is typically more of a friendly, family-friendly weekend, but they want to make sure that none of those unauthorized events with youth are popping up in the area, as well as no one is drinking out on the shore, or that there are other unauthorized items out here.
Yeah, like you said, largely more family friendly, and I'm sure they wanted to stay that way because you and I have talked before about some of those takeovers that have happened, and some of the strong words from law enforcement and others in Volusia County especially who aren't putting up with that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. There's been a zero tolerance reaction to those takeovers. So we know over spring break this year, we had hundreds of people out here on the shore. They scattered at one point for what they believed were gunshots. We later found out that that was actually the sound of bursting water bottles. We've seen lawsuits sent to the alleged organizers for that. We've seen special event zones put in place to counter that. And they really want to let people know that those sort of takeovers, those unauthorized events and parties out here on the shore will not be tolerated. So you can see some of the presence that the Volusia County Sheriff's Office has out here on the shore. They're constantly patrolling, talking to people, making sure that everyone is taken care of, and that anything that happens out here on the shore is what's supposed to be happening.
Yeah, before I let you go, Chris, we see the lifeguard towers around you. What's the word from beach safety about what they want people to know? You know, we know there are a lot of folks who are beach regulars coming there, but this is also a holiday weekend, so you're going to have some folks who may not be familiar with how things work there. What are their main takeaways that they want people to know and out at the beaches this weekend?
Well, they're aware that people are possibly coming from out of town and are unaware of the conditions of the water. So they want anybody who is in the water to make sure that you're swimming near a lifeguard tower so that if something were to happen, they can get out there quickly and efficiently to save you. Now, in this area, they really want to focus on making sure that you are not getting too deep into the water. Right now, they are flying the red flags, meaning you don't want to get too deep in there to avoid rip currents. So once again, if you do find yourselves for whatever reason caught up in one of those rip currents, they ask that you don't panic and that rather than swimming directly back to the shore, that you swim parallel to it to try to escape that rip current, and then eventually you'll be able to get back to the shore. But if you are in front of a lifeguard tower, if you need help, they will be out there quickly. We've seen in the past where these lifeguards, they can not only swim, but they've also been out here on vehicles in the water to make sure that they can get to you quickly.
How's the water feel, Chris? You been down there?
I haven't been in the water just yet, but I'll probably take a dip here soon as I go to talk to people about how their weekend's going.
All right, sounds like a plan. Might as well. If you're that close, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Fox 35, Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you.
So it is going to be a busy weekend at the beaches. You heard all about how they're preparing for that. And just going to be big crowds out there, something to be aware of. Obviously, keep all of those things in mind. We're also keeping an eye on celebrations all across the country. Let me give you a live look right now. This is the National Mall. And you can see where the Great American State Fair going on, taking place there with the Washington Monument in the background. You can see the various state booths on the side there. From all indications it's been a little bit of a busier day at the Great American State Fair today. You see the Ferris wheel and a lot of folks enjoying our nation's capital as we head into this holiday weekend. Tomorrow, the observed holiday, so you may have tomorrow off work. You may be traveling tomorrow, but some folks getting an early jump on all of that on this Thursday. We've been looking at this from a number of different angles. We've been talking about safety and security of events as well. We'll have more on that tomorrow. A lot of great fireworks shows all around the region. We'll have special live streaming that you'll be able to watch, Fox Local Orlando and in Tampa, of some of those fireworks shows that are coming up tomorrow and on Saturday. So a lot of exciting things happening as we head into this big holiday weekend. Well, we still have a lot to come here on Florida Live over our next little bit here of live streaming, so don't go anywhere. We have much more for you, and as we go to break, let me give you another live look. Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 News anchor Linda Hurtado, joining us live now. And Linda, good afternoon.
Hi, Garrett. Happy 4th of July weekend. I know that's what everyone's thinking about, but folks over at the University of South Florida are actually turning their attention now to kids going back to school in August. They're making some security changes, especially for some off-campus housing. And this all comes after a tragic double murder earlier this year, which I'm sure you guys heard about in Orlando. Students themselves sounded the alarm after the deaths with a petition pushing for more safety standards for off-campus housing, and the university's president stepped up and said they are listening. The university has reached out to almost 50 off-campus housing providers, asking them to adopt safety standards from USF Police with information about building access, lighting, emergency communications, and more. So if they agree, the university's president says the providers can market themselves as part of the university's off-campus housing network. And this comes, you probably know, after the deaths of students Zamil Limon and Nahida Bristi back in April. Limon's roommate, it was the one that was charged in their deaths. USF also launched an off-campus housing resource website, and they now have information about how to pick a roommate and how to reach support services if they have concerns about the housing or the roommate. These new practices also come after 2 other people were stabbed at a different off-campus student housing complex in June. So we have some changes coming up on the USF campus come this fall. Okay, we're going to head over now to St. Pete, a story that we've been following for a while. The mayor of St. Pete announced the developer that is set to revamp the historic gas plant district where Tropicana Field is, if you're following that saga. This selection comes after a previous agreement with the Rays' former owner fell through, and the city of St. Pete was forced to start the bidding process all over again. J-HOP is an acronym for what Mayor Ken Welch uses to sum up the winning development bid and pitch from Blake Investment Partners and the Pinellas County Housing Authority. And here's what he says J-HOP offers. It stands for jobs, housing, econ activity, and honoring the promise of opportunity for this neighborhood. So the joint venture promises to transform that site of Tropicana Field and the surrounding parking lots into a vibrant neighborhood. Not just for people with a lot of money, but with more than 3,600 affordable housing units set aside that allows locals to buy or rent. Mayor Welch says it will be a place that St. Pete residents can actually afford to call home. The Pinellas County Housing Authority promises affordable senior living that gives the opportunity for former gas plant residents to actually return. This election is just the first step, however, in what will be a year-long process towards final approvals by the City Council. But now Mayor Welch says negotiations can actually begin. The mayor clarified there is no plan to include a new stadium in any of this, but they will continue to honor their agreement with the Rays, and they would also entertain the idea of an extension if the Rays approached them out of necessity, and that's what they needed. So it looks like things are moving ahead in the city of St. Pete. That's what we got for you today, Garrett.
All right, Fox 13 News anchor Linda Hurtado, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you, Garrett.
It is time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, who is joining me live. And Laurel, all eyes on the forecast for this weekend, especially because we know it might not be the best news for folks trying to celebrate. So I think you've really got people paying attention to every little detail that you can tell us.
I have a lot of pressure on me this weekend, and quite literally I feel like it's going to be one of those weeks where I'm going to be raining on a lot of people's firework displays instead of parades. So that is genuinely what's going to be happening. We're going to continue to see much more of those storm chances pick up a little bit more heading into the 4th of July holiday. But if you're planning on celebrating maybe a little bit early, maybe on Friday, your chances are looking better in order order for those fireworks to go on time. The main thing that we're really just watching is, especially because we have a really tropical air mass moving over central Florida, that's what's going to cause those storms to kind of pick up earlier, but also last later on in the day, which is why I'm a little bit concerned mainly about the lightning and lots of people being outside with a lightning risk as those fireworks are getting ready to get set off. So as we really take a look at Saturday, that's the day, of course, that I'm most concerned about right now, but really hoping for the best. Models right now still holding between a 50 to 60% chance of showers throughout the day. So to really break things down, let's just start from the beginning. Firework forecast is again on more of the higher side when it comes to a weather concern, hour by hour, focusing in on the 4th of July itself, looking at a 70% chance of rain at 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Those chances come down. Those chances come down even more by 9 o'clock, which is when the sun is setting. So things are going to be scattered, but again, lightning is going to be one of the main concerns as we track your forecast for your 4th of July holiday. So let's first off start off with any events that are happening across the region. And Garrett, if I'm missing any, definitely let me know. Red Hot and Boom, that's on July 3rd. That is at Cranes Roost in Altamont Springs. That we're seeing a 30% chance of rain right at around 7 o'clock. Does look like those storms are going to be quieting down just in time for the fireworks, but maybe just a little bit of a delay. Fireworks are set to go off between 9 and 9:30 at Cranes Roost. 4th of July, as we take a look at the weekend, again, Saturday is the day that we're watching. Sunday, still keeping about that 60% chance of scattered storms throughout the afternoon. So let's take you to Lake Eola for fireworks at the fountain. Looking at about temperatures lingering throughout the 70s, about a 30 to 40% chance of rain. Again, this is going to be the downslope end of when we see those storms. So they're going to be picking up right at around 5 and 6, slowly tapering off from there by the time those fireworks get off at about 9 p.m. Taking a look also, 4th of July in Magic Kingdom. Disney does 4th of July big, and the parks are going to be packed. I think just within the past 10 years for firework displays, Disney, and especially Magic Kingdom, has maxed out in capacity, at least for the 2 years that I've been here. And I remember we tried to get in when I was younger for 4th of July, and they just said, no, we are at capacity. So lots of folks are going to be at Magic Kingdom. As of right now, again, still looking at a 30 to 40% chance of scattered showers as we take a look ahead towards 4th of July on Saturday. But mainly the headlines is that it's going to be hot, it's going to be humid, it's Florida, it's summer. Yeah, we know that. But the main thing is just with those storms kind of kicking in, widespread storms especially lasting later on in the day, that could lead to a couple of fireworks displays maybe getting pushed back a little bit until lightning is no longer a threat. And as of right now, Friday is looking like the better day for any firework displays, and then Saturday maybe a little bit more on the soggy side. So right now, rain chances between the hours of 8 and 9 p.m. lingering right at around 30 to 40%, especially as we take a look on Friday, amping up to about 60% on Saturday, and then calming down, of course, on Sunday as we're wrapping up the holiday weekend overall, lingering right at around 30%. So that's kind of the bummer about this, is that we're going to be tracking this tropical air mass, of course, moving over Florida. And Garrett, I don't know if you remember, but last week we were talking about the potential for a tropical system off the coast of the Carolinas. Fun fact, this is all the moisture from that disintegrated system that is moving back over Florida because of this high pressure. And I want to point out that high pressure specifically because that is what's causing immense amount of heat. And this is what's also going to be really jacking up the heat if you're planning on maybe going up to Washington, D.C. to celebrate the America 250. But that is just really going to be jacking up the temperatures quite a bit as we take a look all across the eastern half of the country. We are talking feels like temperatures well into the triple digits. And crazy enough, Florida is actually going to be on the low end of that. 87 degrees out there right now. Daytona Beach, we're still going to be seeing very spotty showers, but lots of people are enjoying the beach right now. A couple of spotty showers we're watching currently that are offshore that are going to be working their way onshore. Daytona Beach, Palm Coast area. A couple of pop-up showers, very similar to what we saw yesterday. But once we head, of course, into Friday and Saturday, those rain chances are, of course, amping up. Partly cloudy skies through the rest of the afternoon, tracking a couple of spotty thunderstorms. But other than that, that is pretty much about it for what we can see for the day today. Definitely keeping a close eye on this weekend, though.
Now, talk with us, Laurel. I know you had a really interesting experience lately where you were able to fly with the hurricane hunters, and you're going to share that experience with us tomorrow. right about this same time.
Yeah, 10 minutes from now, tomorrow.
Yes. So tell us what we can expect here.
I am so excited about this because genuinely, I'm going to take you back to college, Laurel. I was not expecting to go into broadcasting when I was in college. I genuinely wanted to be a hurricane hunter. And then I took one class in broadcast meteorology, fell in love with it, and that's why we're here today. But genuinely, being a hurricane hunter, I feel like is one of those like deep-driven dreams of mine. And I got to live a little part of it about a month ago. So in May, I was able to fly with the hurricane hunters on this incredible aircraft, Miss Piggy. And Garrett, she may not look it, but she is 50 years old. This is the 50th season of the P-3 Orions, which is this plane right here, flying into hurricanes, and they have the victory markings to prove it. Each of these stickers are tropical storms or hurricanes that these amazing laboratories on wings have flown into. And if you have ever wondered what it's like to fly in one of these planes, you will get the chance to do so tomorrow. So join us about this time tomorrow, Friday, 2:30 p.m. on the dot. We are tracking the tropics with the Hurricane Hunter experience. I am taking you up in the air in one of those P-3 Orions, and we are going on a test mission. So quite literally flying up in the air, doing a maneuver of what the hurricane hunters are going to be doing when they're actually flying within a hurricane. I didn't actually get to fly within a tropical system, but we did get to fly into some thunderstorms. And Garrett, even those thunderstorms brought a little bit of turbulence. It was crazy with just even that. And it was just something that I'm going to hold with for the rest of my life, and something that I really wanted to do justice here for sure with this special. This was my first time kind of doing a 30-minute special. So like the pressure was on, but just paying an homage to a 50-year-old plane, and they're celebrating their 50th anniversary this year, most likely going to be phased out within the next 5 years. So by 2030, this is kind of like the last wave of these aircrafts doing what they do best before they retire. And unfortunately, the curtain closes on the Muppet Show. So,
well, we can't wait to see that again coming up tomorrow at 2:30 right here, and streaming on Fox Local Live, and then you'll be able to watch it after the fact on there as well. So Laurel, we're excited for it.
I'm excited, and we're going to be doing a little talk back afterwards.
Okay, we'll do it. And right now we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. We've seen as metal barricades have gone up in New York City around Madison Square Garden in anticipation of a potential wedding going on at some point over the next couple of days here. There's been a little bit of talk about that, and joining us live now to give us the latest on all of this, we are pleased to be joined by TMZ producer Alexa Colon, joining us live from the TMZ newsroom. Alexa, thanks for joining us. Things have been constantly changing with all of this. How do you keep up?
It's very hard to. I mean, just this little, tiny little event happening this weekend, of course. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding at Madison Square Garden. We are there. There are, tons of updates coming through minute by minute as they are preparing for the weekend. Today is the second, so this is the first day where that permit kind of starts that we previously reported on, with the big event happening tomorrow. And so, yes, we're seeing barricades and bars and staircases and all sorts of fun stuff getting brought in. Looks like crews are just working day and night to get this thing together. We were previously told this weekend that all they were doing was just the drapes first to just cover the inside, because I think a lot of people were confused that someone like Taylor, Swift, would want her wedding at Madison Square Garden with all those seats, but that they did a pretty good job at covering the entire inside and completely transformed the arena. So yeah, the nuptials are supposed to go down this weekend, and we'll have to stay tuned on the latest as it all kind of comes together.
What do we know about the guest list?
Yeah, I mean, the guest list is packed. There's supposed to be over like 1,200 people at the big event at MSG. We're told that the 5 starters for the Knicks too were also invited, which kind of makes sense. I feel like if you're going to their territory, you had to extend, a little bit of an offer over there. And she is such a big Knicks fan, so it makes sense. But yeah, I mean, all the guests and those invites, their names are watermarked in all the invitations. So it's kind of hard to tell, exactly what the theme is and everything, and what guests were informed. But we reported that, Somber's going to be there, who has like a great connection with Taylor. Benson Boone will be flipping about on the dance floor. It seems like it's going to be a great time.
It sounds like it. What would the price tag be for something like this?
Gosh, I mean, it's kind of unclear, if Taylor got some sort of deal, but it seems like, she is willing to pay, because each night I think varies around like $1 million. And then she and Travis just donated $26 million for various charities and food banks around America. So not, of course, confirming that the wedding is still going on. They have never, addressed it at all throughout all of this, but showing that fund donation, kind of connects a little bit.
Has there been a wedding ever that has gotten this much attention just in the lead up to it?
I don't know. I mean, I would say like the Jeff Bezos, Lauren Sanchez wedding, that was pretty big for us last week, over there across the pond. I mean, I think this, though, is definitely going to be one of the biggest weddings in a long time that we've seen. I mean, you got the most famous pop star and like a, really well-known sports player. I'm like, he's great, but this is really Taylor's wedding and it all. And so I think Swifties are very excited.
We saw TMZ had a picture of George Kittle at the airport. So, and that maybe give us a little bit of an indication of what people are wearing as well to this wedding.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I know George, when Taylor was at the Titan University event that George and Travis, co-own and do together, he gave like a little bit of snippet that he was going to the wedding and that he will be wearing a blue suit, which got people a little confused because obviously the Chiefs coach was wearing and getting fitted for like a black tux. So 2 kind of different vibes. One like is more black tie, one's a little more lax. But with all the events happening this weekend, it seems like he's on his way. George getting his way over there to celebrate.
And how much information do you think is going to come out of this? We've seen some reporting about NDAs being signed. How much are we going to learn, do you think, about what's actually going on?
Honestly, I think it's all going to be under Taylor and Travis's control. I mean, with those NDAs, we reported that there are no penalties. So usually in an NDA, it's like if you leak the contract, you have to pay a certain amount or some sort of penalty in line. But we were told that there are none. So I think people are just going to respect Taylor's wishes, and somehow she might post about, what the interior looks like. But definitely in classic Taylor's version fashion, she'll want to control, what the public gets to see.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Just going to be really interesting to see here. Where can folks stay up to date on what y'all are learning about it?
Yeah, definitely stay tuned on our website, all of our social medias too. I know we were live streaming today, all the setup, and so people can go ahead and go to our website and see as movers and builders start to get, the festivities in a way.
TMZ News producer Alexa Clone, thanks so much for joining us here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. The state's first spectrum alert issued yesterday for a missing teen out of Volusia County. Found today in DeLand. We reported earlier, you may remember us talking about that teenager being found, that spectrum alert being canceled, and now we've learned that there could be charges filed in this case. And so joining us live now to talk about all of this, we've got Holly Hill Police Chief Byron Williams, who is joining us live now. Chief Williams, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
So first, Chief, what can you tell us about what happened, what the latest is with this situation here?
Well, the gist of it, basically, the missing juvenile went to stay over at their friend's house here in the city of Holly Hill. And from there, once mom didn't get a follow-up call that he was there or returning back, that's when she called us to check, and basically he had already left already. When we got to the house, basically the friend that the house that he stayed over, basically they were the ones that basically indicated that they didn't initially know where he went, that he disappeared in the middle of the night, which got us alerted to contact FDLE to issue the Spectrum alert. Further investigation revealed that the friend was misleading us and eventually indicated that they had transported the child over to DeLand near his biological mom's residence. And that's where we began to follow with our detectives, even throughout the night and then in this morning, to where we went over and was able to locate the child at the mother's residence.
The last we heard were that there could be charges in this case. Have charges been filed? And is that something, if they have not been filed yet, is that something that is still a possibility?
We are literally, as we speak, in the process of completing the charging affidavit to send to the state attorney's office for proper filing. What would those charges be, Chief? It's going to be basically the interfering in child custody on the mom. And what did are you able to share what the mother told you when y'all arrived there? Well, from later talking with the missing child, also, it was identified that last night when the DeLand Police Department went to do a check for us at the house, it was indicated that mom told the child to run out the back door and hide, which he said he indicates that he ran out the back door and hid in the wood line until the law enforcement left. Was this teenager okay? The teenager is fine. No injuries. Was safe. But we're focused now. We're grateful that the child has been recovered and returned to his legal parents. But we now focus on the criminal side of it, and because of the fact that mom had the child evade us and located him, even up until our detectives going there and talking with mom still indicated that she did not know where the child was. So with those particular incidents in place, we feel there is enough based on our statute to file the charge for interfering in child custody. The charge is being filed as we speak. I want to ask you about the process of the Spectrum alert, Chief, just since this is the first case of this that we have seen. How does that work on your end as far as getting that sent out? Well, obviously, only law enforcement can request the activation of the Spectrum alert. And what we do, we end up contacting FDLE. The Missing and Endangered Person Information Clearinghouse, which we in law enforcement call MEPIC. We contact them and give them the information of what we have, that the child, who the child is, that the child has some form of autism. And then from there, with all the information we give to the FDLE, we begin to put together details and distribute that to not only the media, the public, via text messages, emails, to get the information out and get people looking. Obviously, we've noticed from previous years, especially last year, just how many children with autism have died just because we could not locate them in enough time frame. So this is very crucial. I'm glad the state of Florida has taken the initiative on this, and I think this is going to help a lot of children in the future here and law enforcement. We're showing some video. We know there were a lot of, a number of agencies, a number of first responders and police out, part of efforts to get to the bottom of this. Can you talk about all that went into to this case? Well, it's the standard when we have a missing person case, especially with autism. A lot of mechanisms go into place. A lot of agencies begin to search and look in different areas of their city, the jurisdiction, for this child. If we have a location identified that we know exactly where they may be at, that particular agency we begin to put a lot of effort into trying to find the child as fast as possible. Was the Spectrum alert helpful in this case? Absolutely. It got people wondering, it got people looking, and obviously with our investigators and the different types of equipment and technology that we have, we was able to locate that child fairly quickly within the 24-hour time frame. Did you get any tips that came in from that alert? No, not the tips. Just the investigation itself and interviews, and that's how we was able to gain a lot of momentum that we did.
So what's the bottom line here, Chief? What do you want people to know?
That, you definitely, and I'm going to focus here on child custody. When those things are put in place, they're in place for a reason. And we cannot elaborate enough how important that is to follow those laws. If you don't follow those laws, then we are going to pursue criminal charges as fast and as much as possible. As we are already seeing in this case right now. Holly Hill Police Chief Byron Williams, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today. Thank you, sir. We're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back.
Reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Let me give you a live look right now in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Attorney's Office. There you see the podium with the DOJ seal. We're awaiting a news conference from the D.C. U.S. Attorney. That would be Jeanine Pirro, and also Deputy Chief David Lamont of the U.S. Park Police, who are expected to give an update on potential charges being filed related to alleged vandalism of the reflecting pool. This news conference was slated to begin about 15 minutes ago, and so we expect it to begin any minute now, and we will bring that news conference to you when that begins. We're going to be watching this closely. This is a story that has gotten a lot of attention. President Trump has talked about it often. He focused a lot of resources and attention on fixing the reflecting pool, and has talked quite a bit in the past few days of allegations of vandalism of that work and that resealing that was done. So we're expecting an update again from the D.C. U.S. Attorney. That would be Jeanine Pirro, going to be speaking at that news conference, and we will get you there once that begins. We are also continuing to follow up on this huge case of Nancy Guthrie, who has been missing for months now, and some news yesterday coming out when the FBI Phoenix said that some of the ransom notes they have gotten were fake. but that many of, or that at least some, at least a couple of the ransom notes, they are moving forward as if they were authentic, and they also confirmed they're investigating the case as a kidnapping for ransom, finally giving confirmation to what had been weeks and months of speculation among experts and folks watching this case. So I talked earlier with retired FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer, who gave her perspective on this case and what those two notes of confirmation from the FBI do to kind of continue to formulate how we perceive this case. Here's what Jennifer told me. Initial thoughts on kind of these latest words from the FBI on what to make of these ransom notes that we have talked about so much.
Well, first of all, how extraordinary that the FBI has actually come out and made any sort of statement. We are starting into the 6th month of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and we've only seen this one other time, and that had to do with lab information. So that told me how important this was to them to get this messaging out there after another network announced and multiple people announced that the FBI said all the notes were fake. The FBI in this announcement said, listen, we think there's some illegitimate notes that were sent, but we're still investigating, and I believe it's the first 2 notes that they are still sorting out whether they're legitimate or not.
Why do you think that they did find that so important to weigh in on this and kind of correct that record?
Because they are investigating this, as they also announced for the first time, as a kidnap for ransom. So even though it's something that sort of everyone has known, they are, in other words, by the actions that we've seen and by the evidence we've seen, they want to make it crystal clear. This is an investigation for ransom, and they also, I think, wanted to right the wrong, and that was all of mainstream media running with this notion that the FBI said all the notes were fake, when that just is not what their messaging was.
Now that we know they are investigating this as a kidnapping for a ransom case, I mean, that kind of confirms a lot of kind of previous theories. And Jennifer, I know what you have kind of thought about this case for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been what I've been saying for several months. And again, this is just based on the facts that we've seen, right? A woman removed from their house, 84 years old, who is related to somebody who is extremely wealthy. When we saw that, the blood on the stoop, the picture of porch guy, those were the clues that would lead most people to believe this was a kidnap for ransom. And then the first 2 ransom notes, which they came out on stage and said, listen, this is what we believe, early on, actually. And then they had the family come forward and address the kidnappers and address the ransoms that were demanded, 5 different messages that were in part scripted by the FBI Behavioral Analysis Unit, I believe. So they have always acted as if this was a kidnap for ransom.
There's still been, Jennifer, some questions about kind of who is been leading this. We heard some comments this week from the director of the FBI saying the FBI is assisting, but the Pima County Sheriff has said that the FBI is in charge of the ransom notes. Can you just kind of clarify for us kind of what's going on with who is leading this investigation and what's going on with that?
Well, I think it's unequivocal that Pima County is leading the overall investigation. In other words, the FBI has made it very clear, including Kash Patel.
For Jennifer Coffindaffer speaking with me earlier today, you can find that full interview right now on Fox Local and the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. I want to get you live right now as we hear from Janine Pirro, who just walked to the podium, going to be giving us an update on potential charges when it comes to alleged vandalism of the reflecting pool.
Parks Police Department. Did I get over? Yeah. And
Today, I thought it was important to call this press conference because one of the most offensive images that I hold in my mind are the images of national monuments that are being defaced, roped, torn down, graffitied, and damaged by individuals. I have a vivid memory of this happening several years ago and over time, where our national monuments and statues are being torn down, and this is not the way of a civilized society. It is anarchy. And our nation has weathered moments of anarchy and chaos in the past, and individuals have made a decision, many of them, to destroy and to damage national monuments, not taking into account the fact that the rest of the nation considers these monuments important and necessary to our history. But this unchecked vandalism and civil disorder turns into criminal behavior, and that's why we're here today. They are an affront to the dignity of our shared history, and we will not allow our sacred monuments to be roped off, defaced, or diminished, or in any way impacted by disgruntled individuals who think that they, and not the rest of the nation, have the right to decide what should happen. These landmarks and monuments belong to all of us, and they must be protected for generations to come. And the president, when he came here in his executive order to make D.C. safe and beautiful, brought in a fresh injection of resources, both for my office and for all of law enforcement, to make D.C. safe. And the other part of that executive order was to make D.C. beautiful. And as part of that, in anticipation of the celebration of 250 years of American history, the president, as you heard from him, has been able to improve and to clean up 50 parks, more than 48 monuments that have been repaired, 22 fountains have been returned to service, and these monuments and fountains must be protected, and those who decide that they want to do harm will be held accountable, just as they have been held accountable in the criminal justice system in so many of the press conferences that you have been in this room to witness. D.C. has experienced a renaissance like it has never experienced before in both safety and in beauty. Today is about accountability for damaging a national resource, a national treasure, and that is the reflecting pool that runs from the Washington Monument to the Lincoln Memorial, which is, of course, a symbol of D.C.'s beauty and history. Now, it was recently renovated with significant funds and investment. Any tampering undermines that. And make no mistake, if anyone decides they want to damage that, whatever they think their reason is, or whether they think it's justified, or whether they think it's not important, will be held to account. This is a priority not only for the president, but for myself as well. So, today a grand jury has returned a felony indictment against a defendant, David Hearn, for felony destruction of property, for which he faces 10 years in prison. The indictment is in response to an incident that occurred on June 19th of 2026, in which the defendant Hearn ripped a piece of recently installed sealant on the bottom of the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial. The evidence shows, and we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that Hearn willfully destroyed property at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. This was a deliberate act to damage the reflecting pool at the National Mall that members of the National Park Service actually have worked hard to restore and have witnessed. By Hearn's own admission, on June 19th, he reached down into the pool. Out our evidence further shows that the National Park Service employees observed Hearn actually forcefully and violently pulling up and removing the bottom liner with both hands. According to witnesses, Hearn damaged approximately 2 square feet of sealant from the bottom of the pool. A Parks employee actually told Hearn to stop his behavior and stop what he was doing. Hearn reacted by shouting at that Parks employee, saying that she cared too much about the reflecting pool, and why did she even care, since it wasn't her pool. Now, Mr. Hearn's behavior was characterized by witnesses as belligerent, rude, and disrespectful, according to National Park Service employees that witnessed the event. Now, let me talk a moment about those employees. Many of those employees have come from around the country because they are proud of this nation. They are proud of the 250th anniversary that we are about to experience. Many of them have decided to step away from their desks and to go outside and actually work next to the pool to witness what was going on, as opposed to staying in a cool office. These are the witnesses that we're talking about in this case. These are the people who care about this particular monument and what is going on. They work long hours and they are tireless in their efforts, and they must be shown respect and not be treated with belligerence and with disrespect by those who seek to damage the very monuments that they are there to protect. And they certainly should not have to witness the damage done right in front of their faces. The United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia remains committed to protecting our national resources, our monuments, and our parks from vandals, and we are especially committed to doing so in advance of our 250th anniversary. Now, I don't know do you want to add anything to this?
Sure.
Deputy Chief Lamont from the Park Police.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deputy Chief David Lamont, and I am the Field Operations Division Commander for U.S. Park Police. U.S. Park Police's mission is to support the mission of the National Park Service and the Department of Interior, and to safeguard lives and to protect cultural resources. We understand this summer there are a lot of events for America's 250th birthday, and the U.S. Park Police will be very visible downtown. Our job out there is to keep people safe, and we encourage people to come down and enjoy the parks. That being said, if anybody does come down to the parks, commits any acts of violence, or commits any other acts such as vandalism, we will hold them accountable, and they will either be cited or arrested.
Okay, question.
Partially removed, did he rip it back? Can you just describe in detail? Because he maintains that it looks the same as it did before he arrived. That's his.
You know, I'm not going to get into the evidence, but what I told you is what our witnesses saw and experienced. There was an effort, a violent effort, to rip up the sealant from the bottom of the pool. And
U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro in D.C. right now announcing a grand jury has indicted a former Olympic canoeist David Hearn, now facing charges over alleged vandalism of the reflecting pool at front of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. We're going to keep listening to this. We're out of time here on Florida Live, but we'll have more from this news conference continuing right now on Fox Local.
Drain, like, is that because it has to be
we'll hear all that at the trial.
Did he have any tools, or was it just his bare hands?
Right now, we believe it's his bare hands, both hands.
So does that indicate in your belief that it was probably damaged before, or do you believe that he
he damaged it.
Further, but do you believe it had already been damaged before?
He damaged the pool.
Before he touched it?
He damaged this pool.
But there have been, all these videos, obviously.
Well, good. I'm glad you've got that evidence. Come on in the grand jury. You can testify. Next.
Thank you for your time today.
You're welcome.
The citation that Mr. Hearn received suggested that he would be charged with misdemeanors, but the president obviously called for this to be a felony charge here. Did you ultimately decide to charge this so harshly at the president's direction?
I didn't charge anything harshly. I charge according to the evidence. When we have witnesses, when we have the defendant on record saying things that are not true, and we have witnesses who are disinterested, who have no motive to lie, they have no agenda, they're just working there, and they are actually witnessing damage to a national monument, we're going to go forward. Now, my office reviews all citations. Everything that the police do in this jurisdiction is reviewed by my office. We review it. This is a case with tremendous evidence, and this is a case where the evidence dictates where we land. Next.
U.S. Attorney Pirro, there have been other people who have been arrested for incidents at the reflecting pool. Are you taking all of them to the grand jury?
It depends on the evidence that we have. We have about a half a dozen other cases. Some of them will be misdemeanors, and some of them could be less, like a violation. But we're reviewing every case based upon the evidence and reviewing all of the reports. And right now, it's about another half dozen misdemeanors. Yes, sir.
The president said that somebody took a box cutter and cut the reflecting pool. Is there any update to that case? Is there any evidence that you can point to as a follow-up?
You know, I was at the reflecting pool yesterday, and I think it's very sad. Someone intentionally did a tremendous amount of damage to the pool, and you can actually see where all the cutting is. They took a sharp object and cut for many feet along the pool.
Do you have pictures of that? Can you share with us?
Well, when I file a charge, I'll be happy to show you a picture, all right? What I'm trying to do is we're trying to find out who did it, okay? And until we get to that point, I'm not going to be able to, discuss anything more than there was tremendous damage that was caused. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. 4 years ago, we had that guy from Indiana who damaged the Washington Monument. He pled guilty and he was misdemeanor. What are you trying to do? Is send you like a strong message from now on who damaged and gonna get a big penalty, looks like?
We are in a lane where it depends on the evidence. If the damage can be repaired for less than $1,000, it's a misdemeanor. If it costs a lot more than $1,000, then we're at the felony level. It's up to the judge to decide what the sentence is after a jury looks at the case. My job is to look at the evidence and to bring it to a grand jury who agreed that this should be a felony based upon the evidence that they heard, and they returned a true bill that this person should be charged with this felony. One more.
Thank you for your time today. How do you square charging this alleged pool criminal when this is the same Justice Department that
already this is a problem?
Over 1,000 January 6th rioters who caused millions of dollars of damage.
Are you really talking about January 6th?
Yes.
I'm not. Okay, who's next? Not you. No. Yes, you again. Go ahead.
Could you please explain the bench warrant that was issued for his arrest? Is Mr. Hearn being arrested today?
Do we have a...
He's not.
Yeah, he's not being arrested. No. Yeah. Yeah. No.
Superior versus...
Did the grand jury unanimously return the true bill?
I don't take a check of unanimous versus non-unanimous, and as soon as they give me a right to do that, I'd be happy to do that, but I don't have that right. Thank you, everybody. Have a great 4th.
Like threat environment ahead of the 4th, is there anything you're tracking?
I'm not tracking anything in terms of a threat environment. I'm not tracking anything in terms of a threat environment. We're all hoping that Americans are able to celebrate, whether they're in D.C. or around the country. I mean, this is a wonderful, wonderful holiday. It's not just any 4th of July. This is a big one. And I hope you and your families, I hope you don't have to work, everybody, and I hope you can enjoy. Thank you.
On the team takeovers, do you have any cases you're reviewing on parents? You had said you might.
Yeah, we've reviewed a few.
Think you might be able to bring.
We've reviewed several of them. I'll probably do a presser on that in the future. Thank you. All right, everybody. Happy 4th.
Thanks.
U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro wrapping up a news conference in Washington, D.C., where she talked about the ex-Olympian who was indicted over alleged vandalism at the reflecting pool, talking about that, and then was also asked at the end about safety over the July 4th weekend. Let me give you a live look right now in Washington, D.C. At the National Mall, where you can see the Great American State Fair continuing to go on, folks navigating among the various state booths there on this Thursday. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I need to update my monitors here now as we are in this 3 o'clock hour. Got about 25 minutes left with you before I hand things off to the Storm Team and Fox 35 Weather Plus on this Thursday. Thanks for joining us here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We listened a couple times today into different parts of a news conference that Ashley Moody held earlier today in the Tampa area, where she talked about tax cuts, a number of impacts from the One Big Beautiful Bill. There were also other speakers at that event. I want to play for you now what they had to say at that news conference, talking about the impacts of Social Security tax cuts, and a number of other things. This was earlier today.
I'd like to thank the Senator for inviting me here to speak to you guys. I want to talk about, I'm Chris Schul. I'm president of We Culture Brands and owner of Voodoo Valrico. I own 2 restaurants. And one of the things I can really talk about is the impact of the Big Beautiful Bill. You probably wouldn't know it by looking at me with my hair, but I used to be an executive in the employment industry, senior executive, C-suite. Tax credits and breaks that are giving to working class families and working class individuals are the best thing you can do for the community. And there's 2 reasons for that. One, I know a lot of people work in the bar business, and a lot of those people live check to check and have financial challenges. We are putting money into the hands of people who need it and deserve it and earn it. And we put that money in their hands, it goes back into our community, directly into our community, because people who need money spend money, and they spend it locally. I'll give you an example. There are probably thousands of restaurants in Hillsborough County, and I just did some quick back-of-the-napkin math. You give them that tax break, if the average tip out is about $200 a night, and there's 3 or 4 servers in a restaurant, and you multiply that by the average number of restaurants, that's a few $1 million that goes back into the hands of those employees of those restaurants that are working so hard to serve you, right? And they're working class people. Most of them have 2 jobs, okay? And they take that money and they spend it back in our community. They spend it at local businesses, they spend it on groceries, they spend it at other local businesses, and they do a better job for their families. So if you're a business owner or you're a landlord or something like that, one of these people's probably paying rent to you, and their rent's going to be on time. If you're in a local convenience store, they're coming down to shop at your store and spend their money in your store. And that's why these things are so important. And that's why when I was asked to speak today, I was grateful to come and talk and represent our community and stand next to Senator Moody, because I think this type of legislation is so important, not just for our community, it's important to the individuals in our community that make up our community, and when we give that money back to them, they support our community, which supports all of our businesses, and just it's a cycle up. And I want the money to stay in Florida, and I want it to stay with our working families, and that's why I'm here to talk about it. And I know people firsthand and work with them every day that this bill has benefited, and my hat is off to the people who wrote this bill, who supported this bill and sponsored this bill and voted to put it through. Thank you very much.
Phenomenal, Chris, and thank you, Senator Moody, for having us here. My background's in financial advising, and I'm not the typical advisor that says if you have $1 million, come see me. My focus is making sure that everybody has a financial education, where they can put away $25 a month or $25 million. I like helping. I believe it changes people's financial futures and breaks generational curses of poverty and helps them leave long-lasting legacies. One of the things about the child investment bill that's, I think we're thinking too small. People say, oh, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. With the right strategy and education, you can put up to $5,000 a year into that account. If you do that for 12 years, that's $60,000. Now, it works like a traditional IRA, so since there's been no taxes put on it, they would have to pay taxes when they pull that money out. Now, they get to 18, they have $60,000 plus interest, they could already have $100,000 in that account by the time they're 18. As a minor and as a young adult, they can do a Roth conversion. What does that mean? If they take that Roth conversion and they space that out over a few years, they can avoid more taxes. And then they let that grow. That could be multiple millions of dollars for that child. See, in my household, we have 8 kids. The youngest is almost 3 weeks old tomorrow, right? And so I'm constantly looking at ways to help families keep more of their money and have an impact in community. So let's talk about the tax cuts. It's funny when we talk about taxes and getting a refund, most of the time when I sit down with families, I ask them that question and they say, yeah, I get this huge refund or I get a refund. What did you do with it? Most of the time it goes to frivolous spending. But with the right education, we can show them how to get that tax money back into their monthly budget by just making some minor adjustments, which then allows them to put things together like an emergency fund, allows them to have intermediate savings, allows them to be on track for retirement, allows them to look at other options for college and getting their kids a secondary education, whether it be through like traditional or trade school. And that's why what she's doing with Washington, D.C. for our communities is so much more impactful than just, oh, hey, it's a tax cut, or even who it's coming from. This is an actual move in the direction that will help so many more families leave a generation where it's not financial stress, right? We've seen that too much. As things become more and more expensive, having advocates fighting on our behalf so that way we can stay in the fight and have a solid financial future. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for being here today and supporting Senator Moody.
Save the best for last, right? Now, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Senator Moody, for this opportunity to come and speak to you guys from the perspective of someone who spent more than 23 years in the mortgage industry helping families buy homes. And like I said, my name is Brian Snyder. I'm a VP of mortgage lending with the Bach Group at Rate, and every day I have a front row seat to the financial realities of working families. I'm also very proud to serve as an ambassador in this great Brandon Riverview Chamber of Commerce, where I work alongside business owners and community leaders who help make Brandon Riverview such a great place to live, work, and raise a family. And one thing I've learned over the years, the problem usually isn't that people aren't working hard enough, is there's not just enough left over at the end of the month. And so that's why this bill is so important. Right? This law is already helping hardworking Americans keep more of what they've earned through provisions like the tax relief on qualifying overtime and tips, the enhanced child tax credit, and a lot more. And from where I sit, those dollars really matter. They can help families qualify for a down payment, even qualify for a mortgage, and finally believe that home ownership is within reach. And when I think about what this act means, I don't think about it on a tax return. I think about the family sitting across the table from me every day, the young couple saving for their first home, that single parent working really hard with overtime trying to create a better future for their children, or that server who's faithfully saving all those tips for a down payment, right? And those aren't statistics to me. Those are my friends, those are my neighbors, and those are my clients. And so that's why I still attend to my closings. There's nothing more rewarding for me to be sitting across the table and see those keys sliding across to that new homeowner that didn't even think that they would be able to buy a house. And so serving on the Brandon Riverview Chamber of Commerce has also shown me that strong families create strong communities. When families are financially stronger, they buy homes, they support local businesses, and they help Brandon and Riverview continue to thrive. I believe the American dream is still very much alive, and I believe that when hardworking families have the opportunity to keep more of what they earn, they're better positioned to achieve that dream. And that's good for families, that's good for Brandon and Riverview, and that's especially good for Florida. Thank you.
And the Working Families Tax Cut Act did not forget our small businesses, because we know that they are the backbone of every community. In fact, the majority of businesses are small businesses. And in Florida, because of the way we are approaching government, and I was so proud to work alongside Governor DeSantis and make sure that we were the freest, most prosperous state in the nation during a really challenging time. We are now one of the leading states in entrepreneurship. We led the nation years in a row for new business formations. Most of those are small businesses, and I was so proud to deliver predictability, consistency in terms of tax benefits for small businesses, cutting out red tape, doing away with onerous IRS regulations and requirements. This is going to go a long way to making sure that our small businesses right here thrive. I want to commend the Brandon Riverview Chamber of Commerce, who is upping, they merged, they're upping their membership. We have hundreds of members, 700 members, and with that I want to introduce Amber, if you would like to say welcome to everyone.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Moody. Thank you for being here, everyone. Thank you for our members attending today. On behalf of the Board of Directors and our membership, we welcome Senator Moody here and her team. Her team has been fabulous to work with. We appreciate the open dialogue between our elected officials, that we believe at the Chamber that that's very important, to have those conversations and to make sure that they're successful in bringing the community together, our businesses together, where we can all thrive. That is my honor to have us here at the Regent today. Thanks for hosting us for the Regent. We love this beautiful facility, and we really do thank our members here today that we're speaking, firsthand on their experiences and how the federal government does impact their businesses and their families. Thank you.
And I know Joseph is going to be setting up child investment accounts for every single one of those 8 kids. Yes, here we go. $1,000 in those accounts this weekend. All right, so thank you again for being here today.
That was Ashley Moody speaking at that event earlier today, and a number of other speakers as well. Throughout the day, we've heard from Ashley Moody. We heard her taking questions live at 11, and then we also listened in to, played you back her initial remarks earlier today as well.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus live look right now. Kia Center, home of the Orlando Magic, who have been making some roster moves, making a big splash with the return of a familiar face. Center Nikola Vucevic returning to Orlando. He's the franchise's all-time leader when it comes to field goals made, and he has been re-signed by the Magic, bringing him back. I had the chance to speak with independent reporter Sean Green earlier today about that signing and some of the other moves the Magic are making and what's next for this team.
Look, it was kind of a foregone conclusion the Magic were going to waive Jonathan Isaac. They were going to need to save as much cap room as humanly possible. Jonathan Isaac's contract wasn't going to allow them to do that. So by cutting him before the designated date that they could, they saved about $8 million in cap space, which was huge for them. Now, Jonathan Isaac was at head coach Sean Sweeney's press conference, and this was before he was let go. So I think a lot of people, once he did get let go, kind of assumed they would probably bring him back. Jeff Weltman and the staff love Jonathan Isaac. I think a lot of Magic fans maybe wanted to move on. Jonathan Isaac has obviously had a lot of injury struggles in his entire career. He wasn't really getting many minutes in the last couple seasons, but obviously Jeff Weltman drafted J.I. as his first pick for the Magic, and maybe this new staff sees a role for him moving forward.
Now, they also re-signed Javon Carter. What do you think that does for this Magic team?
Well, obviously, Javon Carter was on the team last year. They signed him right after the trade deadline, where a lot of players were looking for a new home. A lot of players got dropped. They brought in Javon Carter, and, in his time that he was able to get some minutes, he showed some promise. He can shoot the three ball, which is, again, always something that we're going to talk about with the Magic. And I think they needed guard depth. And the Magic could only sign guys for a minimum deal, which is about $3.9 million. Against the salary cap, it's about 2.6, 2.7. So there wasn't many options to go out and get a guy that maybe Magic fans wanted. So Javon Carter stays with the Magic on, again, a minimum deal.
Okay, now let's talk about Nikola Vucevic coming back to the Magic. This seems big, Sean. I mean, he's someone that obviously had a huge career with the Magic before. What is this? Talk to us about this move.
Yeah, it's funny because he's getting signed for a minimum contract, but it feels different, right? Because Nik Vucevic is a Magic legend. He was the face of the Magic when the Magic were struggling. Again, probably the player in the Dwight Howard deal that when the Magic traded Dwight and got, Nik Vucevic, a lot of people were, who's this guy? Like, he's a young kid coming from the 76ers, and he ended up becoming one of the greatest Magic players ever. In my opinion, he's done so much for the city. He loves the city, and that's, I think, the focal point. Obviously, he's not the same player he was 7 years ago, but as a backup center and a center that fans absolutely adore and love, it's absolutely huge for the Magic, and I don't think anybody can be really upset about it, given just how much Magic fans love Vooch.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Now let's talk, just kind of take a step back, talk a little big picture here and what you make of this team's makeup at this point in the season, or off season.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Garrett. I obviously love the Vooch signing. I think that was something that, if I'm looking moving forward, Goga Bitadze, I know there's been reports about teams calling the Magic wanting Goga, and the Magic have been hesitant. I think you should trade Goga at this point. The Jonathan Isaac signing, again, I'm not really in love with it. I think you could have probably went out and got, a different option, changed it up a little bit. I don't know how much J.I. is going to help you. Obviously, if he can stay healthy, we can see. But the Magic have done what the Magic have done. Jeff Weltman is not doing anything that is shocking. It's kind of funny because, again, you're looking at this new makeup of the Magic, and two of the players that they signed were on on the team back in 2018, 2017. So it is kind of strange, but we'll see. I think a lot of changes still can be made, whether it be a trade, whether it be a pickup. I don't foresee maybe the Magic picking up any other players, but we'll see. And again, there's a long road to September, October, but I'm not in love with everything the Magic have done so far.
What's a realistic return for a Goga Bitadze?
It's not much, and that's where I want Magic fans to be, cautious. You're not going to get a, high level, starter. You're going to get maybe a draft pick or two, and maybe a backup guard or a backup wing, which again I think Magic fans would want to do. I don't think Goga played particularly well last year when he was on the floor. I think the Magic struggled, and that's much different than he was the year before that. So I do think, listen, if I was the Magic, getting Nick Vucevic back and, having some depth there, I think you might be able to go get a deal and get some assets back. But again, I think, the Magic have been very cautious about trading anybody legitimately. So they might wait a little bit to see how he fits in this new Sean Sweeney team.
Now let's talk about the youngins here with the Summer League roster. The Magic have signed Isaiah Nelson, the 51st overall pick in the draft, and is scheduled to play. What do you make of what we're seeing from this Summer League roster and what we need to see from some of the players on the Summer League roster?
Yeah, I think it's important, right? You got a guy like Jace Richardson, Noah Penda playing in Summer League. They got some minutes, not a lot. So I think playing in Summer League in their second year is vital. You mentioned it, Isaiah Nelson playing. I think that's going to be huge. He just gets signed to a two-way contract, so he's going to be going, between Osceola and Orlando. But I think the big one is Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish is on the Magic Summer League roster. He's been in the NBA for a long time. I think he wasn't in it last year. He was out for a season. And he's trying to get his way back into the league. And I think that's a very interesting option. Cam Reddish, when he's at his best, is a really good 3-and-D type of player, can shoot the three ball really well. So I am intrigued. That might be an option. If the Magic do want to fill that last spot, it's very interesting. Cam Reddish is a very interesting option. So we'll see how he performs in Summer League. But that was the thing that caught me off guard or caught my attention, was Cam Reddish being on the Magic Summer League team.
And that season kicks off, 1 week from today, I guess, July 9th. Magic hosting the Hornets for the first Summer League games. They're going to be here before we know it. Sean, bottom line here, what Magic fans should kind of be watching for as the offseason continues, as we get ready for the Summer League to begin, and what the future holds for this roster and this team.
Yeah, I'll say just first, Summer League, start looking at the players that are probably going to be on the roster and see how much they developed. That's really Jace Richardson, Noah Penda. You need those guys to really take that next step. And then really after that, it's seeing if the Magic make any more moves. I don't know if they will, but start taking a look at this roster, because it's probably more set in stone than you think. And I do think this front office really wants to see Sean Sweeney kind of have all the tools, have all the assets, and then maybe make a decision after that. So I know fans might not like that, but that's what I'm looking forward to over the next month.
Independent reporter Sean Green joined me earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. Give you another live look right now at Kia Center, the home of the Orlando Magic. Well, we are just about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. I appreciate you joining us today. Going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team and Fox 35 Weather Plus. A quick World Cup update right now. Spain and Austria are tied at 0 after 26 minutes of play. That game going on right now on Fox. More games coming up later, including Portugal, Croatia at 7 on Fox 35, and then Switzerland, Algeria at 11 o'clock on FS1. And then don't forget USA's next game Monday against Belgium in Seattle, 8 o'clock Monday.